Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We are going live pretty quickly here. I wasn't expecting to go live this early, but we do have a tornado on the ground in North Carolina, not an area that we are going to be primarily covering today. But I did want to point this out because there's actually a pretty clear debris signature on this particular storm. This is going to be near Jacksonville, east of Fayetteville, again, very far eastern North Carolina, so this will be moving offshore pretty quickly in the next 30 minutes or so. We do have a bit of a debris signature right now that is just south of French Creek, and again, this is on the ground as of right now, at least picking up some level of debris. Rotation isn't super strong, but we've had this on the ground just prior to going over a little river, and it actually looks like it just kind of fizzled again. But we did have a tornado right before this was crossing the river, and now as it crossed the river and now back on land, there's at least some sort of small debris signature. So kind of on and off tornadoes with this just to the south of French Creek near the Duck Creek area. Eventually going to be going towards Bear Creek and Swansboro. So if you're in this part of North Carolina, make sure that you're staying in your safe place because this storm is at least, it looks like, produced two different small tornadoes over the last few minutes. You'll notice the velocity signature a little bit tighter once it was just crossing over the lake or river here. This is the New River, so New River in North Carolina, and this is your river right here, so you'll kind of see that here on the map. And then this is your tornado that just came back on the land. Looks like it may have hit a few neighborhoods here, maybe a few communities just to the south of French Creek in North Carolina, just south of Piney Creek, or Piney Green, excuse me. So if you're in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case this does try to drop another tornado. The good news is that this will be moving offshore here pretty soon, so we won't have to be too concerned about it after it moves offshore. But a little bit of a surprise. This area was not really expecting much of a tornado risk, but with that said, we had some land spouts back up in North Dakota earlier, which were also not even in a severe weather risk at all today. So just kind of interesting stuff there. But overall, again, this was just on the ground. Looks like it lifted again. It's been on the ground a couple of different times now. You can see that debris signature, very small, but there are a couple of roads here, so perhaps some neighborhoods being impacted by that. Hopefully everybody got to their safe place near Marines Road and near the Duck Creek area of North Carolina. Other things we do want to mention, this is not really the area that we're covering, but we're going live because there's a tornado on the ground. Let's go back to Texas real quick. I kind of want to give you an idea of what's happening right now and what's to come. We have storms that are exploding right now across Texas, Oklahoma, and even back into Missouri. This entire area over the next few hours are going to see an explosion of storms. We already have a few out there. Bottom right of your screen, that's actually the storm near Ardmore, Oklahoma. We have a lot of instability today. We have instability values upwards of 6,000 joules per kilogram at the surface, which just basically means the atmosphere today is very unstable, and that is going to lead to a lot of thunderstorm development this afternoon, which will lead to the potential for some very substantial hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a couple of tornadoes anywhere from Texas all the way back up into areas like Missouri and as well as Illinois. We do have many severe thunderstorm watches ongoing, very large area. The severe thunderstorm watch in Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas goes till 10 tonight. The other one in Missouri goes until, depends on where you are, but some areas it goes all the way until 11 Central. Some areas it goes until 9 p.m. Central. So it just depends on where you are. But all these areas are under the gun today for large to very large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for a couple of tornadoes. Notice how these storms are just kind of exploding right now. This is the one that Connor's on right now at the bottom right of your screen. It is, again, really starting to bubble up there. And that one will probably start to produce some very large hail, and also maybe an isolated tornado risk as that moves eastbound. Notice right now we do have a few different areas that we're watching. It's all right along the dry line. We have another little maybe shower trying to pop up there, but this is the main storm that we'll be watching for really over the next hour, I would say. The storms that are back up right east of Tulsa are also starting to fire up. The environment up here is not super favorable really for tornadoes, but we might see an isolated tornado kind of across the board today, anywhere from Texas back into Missouri. The tornado risk is all kind of the same. It's kind of level playing field. I would say it's slightly higher in southern Oklahoma and North Texas, though, comparatively to like southern Missouri, for example. Knock on wood, but I think that's really where the greatest concern will be today for that potential for like a tornado or two. You'll notice here, this is the storm that's blowing up right now, and again, you can just see how it's exploding. I mean, this is a explosive environment right now in Oklahoma and Texas where we are going to see storms like this bubbling up very quickly. And so this storm is just, you know, blowing up right now here in Oklahoma. And this is, again, Connor Croft. Let's go back to the live radar. But, yeah, these storms are going to blow up really quickly. And that one on radar, again, just looks like a little thunderstorm, but it's exploding. So very explosive environment here across the central and southern plains today, or really the southern plains, and as well as back through the Mississippi Valley. All right, again, we do have a tornado that was on the ground. It's back down. It's still radar indicated, but it was on the ground. Looks like that is lifted. So we are kind of done, it looks like, with this tornado, at least for now. But if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, just in case this does try to drop again. But I do think if we have any tornado, it is very small and it's going to be very brief and weak. I'm not super concerned about this at this point. Back over in North Carolina, but there was a couple of brief touchdowns with this storm in particular. All right. Again, we'll keep a close eye on that. Let's go back to the storms in North Texas. We got a few that are popping off now. The two that are south of Dallas-Fort Worth are producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The maximum hailstone size for today will be up to softball-sized hail. So today is going to be a very active day when it comes to hail. We are going to see some significant hail as well. We did have in Waxahachie some reports of quarter-sized hail with up to golf ball-sized hail mixing in. The hail was actually covering the ground there. So if you have any photos of that, and if you're just south of Dallas, feel free to mention me on Twitter or message me on Facebook, because that's definitely pretty interesting stuff there. All right. Also, we do have a storm that's starting to bubble up near Denton. It's been going for a little over half an hour now. We actually have a live cam in Denton. Let me see if we have any view of that. This is one of our live cameras in Lantana, Texas, and we will periodically check in on this. It is very hazy by the looks of it. We don't really have a great view of that storm, but this is looking north, and you can actually see some people at the park right now. They might not be there for much longer, mainly due to the fact there's probably going to be some lightning in the area from the storm in Denton County, but it's starting to get a little bit more ominous there. Again, that storm really has not been successful at really getting to a large scale. It's not really blown up very fast. These are the echo tops right now. Notice they're towering up to about 38,000 feet. So definitely a tall thunderstorm, but it's not really getting to the peak of where it needs to be. Once we get a little bit more moisture there in the upper levels, that should be able to get going a bit faster. And again, the storm that's back over near Ardmore, it's been trying to blow up, but it is struggling just a little bit. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this in case it does try to do anything, as that does continue to move to the east. And again, that's near Springer and Ardmore right now. The tornado warning in North Carolina was just canceled, by the way, so we are done with that. I kind of figured that would get canceled. That rotation was strung a couple of times and probably produced a tornado, but, you know, it looks like it's kind of fizzled at this point. All right, and let's go over real quickly the overview for today. And also, I'm going to talk a little bit about tomorrow here just to kind of start the stream so you guys get an idea of what's ahead tomorrow. We didn't really go super in detail about tomorrow in today's weather forecast. We kind of did a broad overview. We have two enhanced risks for severe weather today. We got one that's across Oklahoma and Texas. We got the other one back over in Missouri, Illinois, and that's really about it up there. Large slight risk across the Midwest, back into the Mississippi Valley, where there will be plenty of thunderstorms out there today. Very explosive environment. We're going to see plenty of thunderstorms throughout the afternoon and evening. Overall, the main concern will be very large hail and damaging winds, but notice there is a slightly more elevated tornado risk that's back over in the Midwest. I don't really feel like this is going to pan out, though. There's been a lot of storm activity that rolled through there this morning and into the early afternoon. I think that stabilized the atmosphere to the point where this tornado risk will probably stay fairly low. I really still think overall the playing field here today for tornadoes is going to be relatively leveled, meaning that most of these storms are all going to have a similar shot at producing the potential for a tornado, and that really goes anywhere. I think overall, again, today's not going to be as concerning when it comes to tornadoes, but I do think today will be concerning when it definitely comes to the hail threat here across many states, but primarily back over in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and as well as Texas. But this tornado risk that's elevated back up here, I just don't feel like it's going to pan out very well. Overall, most of the storms already kind of struggling to develop back over near Quincy. Got a large complex that's north of St. Louis, which is just wind and hail right now. We could see a brief tornado out of that, but I kind of doubt it. Again, a lot of those storms are just being developed by that outflow boundary and aren't really riding along the outflow, so they should be predominantly a wind concern for those storms. So that's what we're looking at pretty much for today. I do think the highest tornado risk, though, between now and about 8 or 9 will probably be in Oklahoma and Texas. And again, it's not really a high risk. It's still very low risk overall. But I think the greatest concern will be in North Texas and southern Oklahoma, where most storm chasers are today anyway. That's kind of, I think, the target area for today. For tomorrow, we'll talk more about this in my video forecast tomorrow morning. I'll also talk more about this probably later in the stream. But we do have a moderate risk now in play for tomorrow in both Kansas, Oklahoma, and a little sliver of Missouri. We are looking at the potential for a significant tornado outbreak, and this could be the worst day for severe weather that we've had all year, and I'm not kidding about that. Like, this environment is super super set here for tomorrow for tornadoes. The one thing that could kind of limit this tornado risk a bit would be more of the storm coverage. And if the storm coverage is like only one storm, we would only really be concerned about one storm. But if there's like 6 or 7 discrete cells or whatever it might be, it could be a very big day tomorrow. I do think tomorrow is going to be a significant tornado outbreak. We are going to be live tomorrow. There's no doubt, because of how big this will be, unless I lose internet for some stupid reason, which I doubt. But realistically, we'll be live as long as there's no issues on the the behind the scenes sort of stuff. But tomorrow looks like probably one of the worst days of severe weather that we've had all year. If not, it could be the worst. It has a very I mean, if let me just pull up a sounding here. The amount of shear that we have tomorrow, the low level winds, everything is just insane. That's at least being forecasted right now for tomorrow. This is what we're looking at on the future radar, by the way, in Oklahoma. Just going to give you a quick breakdown on this. Look at this by 6 to 7 o'clock. Storms just blow up, and anything like this that stays discrete will produce the potential for strong to potentially violent tornadoes, and that's the wording that the Storm Prediction Center has used. If we look at a sounding for this area, let me try to get a good sounding here. I do think one of the issues will be with this particular environment will be the storm coverage and perhaps even a bit of a capping inversion. But look at the shear. I mean, we have very strong winds up and down the entire atmosphere, plenty of moisture, there's some instability. You don't really need a ton of instability, but in this environment, the shear is just so strong. Any storms that can remain surface based, meaning that basically any storms that aren't elevated will have a chance to produce strong and long track tornadoes. And it looks very favorable tomorrow. Specifically across central and eastern Oklahoma. I'm trying to find a better sounding here, but these photographs too just look insane. Let me pull this up on the other monitor and let me try to find a better one here. But yeah, tomorrow's environment, I mean, it just looks insane. And again, we'll talk more about this in detail probably in my morning forecast tomorrow. Just want to kind of give you a rundown though real quick of what we're talking about here. Here's an example. I mean, this is just insane. If you're a meteorologist or you are really a big weather enthusiast, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about here. The photographs are pretty crazy, representing a lot of spin in the atmosphere. The wind shear all up and down the atmosphere is very strong. I mean, it is quite literally remarkable what these soundings are forecasted to be right now. Well over about 24 hours out from now. Again, a lot of veering here. We have a lot of turning throughout the atmosphere here, which means that there's gonna be a lot of spin. So basically, any storms tomorrow that can remain surface-based and can remain discrete will have a potential for strong and long track tornadoes. And high risk of severe weather is 100% in play. The Storm Prediction Center did mention that they were thinking about adding a high risk today, but the storm coverage is a big question mark, which I still think is a big question mark right now. Could that change? It definitely could. There's still some uncertainty there, but I do think tomorrow is going to be quite a big day. And Sunday looks pretty similar. I don't think Sunday is going to be the same setup by any means, but it will be another big day. Bit of a different setup, though, for Sunday. We're talking more about a QLCS tornado risk and then perhaps some storms in the afternoon. But yeah, it's going to be a crazy next 48 hours. I am really excited for next week when severe weather looks like it'll be much quieter. Let's just hope, because I think all of us at this point are sick of having these very long severe weather coverages. I don't think today will be that. I think tomorrow though could. I think Sunday will probably be a very long coverage. So I think anybody can agree that we are all done with severe weather. I think all of us want it to be done. If anybody still wants it, I don't know what you're talking about. Even Connor Croft, he storm chases every day, and this is Connor Croft. He storm chases every day. He's exhausted.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The
storms down there are struggling
in the weather
just as much
space.
as this
It doesn't matter. I mean, it could be a meteorologist on TV. It could be the Storm Prediction Center. All of us want breaks. This has been one of the most active severe weather seasons that we've had in a long time.
Factorville? Is that the one on the Red River?
It's been crazy.
That could end up being a good one.
I'm not complaining. I love doing this. I'm just saying, all of us could use a break. Thank you, Patricia, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Amelia, for the $4.99.
Factorville is like 20 miles, 25 miles.
Yeah, so we're not far.
Is my radar unreliable because of the unstable atmosphere?
Not far.
Not really.
We want to get on.
It doesn't really make a difference. An unstable atmosphere doesn't really have anything to do with radar. It's just an unstable atmosphere just means that storms are primed to be able to develop. We have instability again upwards of 6,000 joules per kilogram. It's a very, very favorable environment. Let me go over to the HRRR and pull up the instability here. I mean, this environment today is pretty incredible. We don't have a whole lot of shear, so the environment today for tornadoes is not really that great, but the environment when it comes to just general severe storms like hailstorms and windstorms, it is extraordinarily favorable. Look at the instability here. This is just around 5 o'clock, so this is right about now. We have values right now by the HRRR model being estimated around 6,000 joules per kilogram in Denton County. That is a lot of instability. It's a very unstable atmosphere here in the central and southern plains today, or southern plains. I keep saying central. Southern plains and back into the Mississippi Valley, where there will be an explosion of thunderstorms today that have already begun. They've been struggling just a little bit, but I do think there'll be a better shot for severe weather as we go throughout the next few hours. This is kind of a timing between now and 6 and 7. Notice how storms just blow up here across that dry line, anywhere from southern Oklahoma back into central and north Texas. So I think overall we are going to have an explosion of thunderstorms here over the next couple of hours, and that'll eventually lead to the potential for some, again, significant severe weather. Main concern will be very large hail, but we also could see a couple of tornadoes with this particular event. Just going to kind of depend on how these storms evolve, which so far, a little bit of a struggle with the storms right along the dry line, but I think as we go throughout the next hour, I think these will blow up a little bit more. The one near Ardmore has at least struggled just a little bit to get going. It's kind of blown up. It's taken a while. So it might take a few minutes to kind of get these storms to their peak maturity. Bottom right of your screen is the one in Ardmore. It's kind of blown up right now, but it's not really getting past at least the mid and upper layers there and trying to, you know, make an anvil or something like that. So, but I do think we'll have a better shot of that later today, or later this evening, really, or later this afternoon. It's 5 o'clock, so, you know, within the next couple of hours. Thank you, Mark, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Sky, for the $2 super chat. That'd be pretty crazy. Thank you, Civ, for the $5 super chat. I need a hat signed by Mr. Velocity. We might do it. I don't know. I might consider doing something like that, maybe down the road. Thank you, Doctor, for the $9.99. Is Michigan good? I think Michigan will be okay. Southwest and western Michigan could see damaging winds, but that is kind of a stretch. I think it's going to be a pretty low risk overall. I'm not super concerned, honestly, about the threat of severe weather in Michigan today. I think we'll have a better shot, though, as we go into Sunday. Thank you, by the way, whoever just ordered the t-shirt. Appreciate that. And this is a storm southeast of Dallas right now that is producing some ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a live shot out of Denton County. Still watching this to see if we can kind of see anything. Very hazy skies. There is a thunderstorm here, but we can't really see it right now. You'd have a better shot of it if you're like 20 miles away from the storm. That live camera is in Lantana, and this is the little shower. It's not even really a storm anymore. It's just kind of fizzling into a shower. We were looking at that from this camera going northbound. You know, if you look at Connor's screen, he's looking probably 20 miles behind that storm near Ardmore, Oklahoma. So that's what it kind of looks like from a distance. They are pretty impressive supercells here, for sure. Currently in Seagoville, how's the hail? It's going to be up to ping pong ball sized hail. Oh, no. It's from K.A. Walton on Facebook. I mean, already? Oh, we just started. We just started the stream and we already have a flying trampoline. You've got to be kidding me. There's no way. This is County Road in Paris, Texas. There's no way we're already getting flying trampolines, guys. This is not the day. What a crazy time to be alive. What is that record timing? I think that's the fastest we've ever had a flying trampoline in a stream before. We're only 18 minutes in. Thank you, Catherine and Ice Warrior, for becoming Velocity members. St. Louis today, I think it'll be mostly hail and wind. We were just up there. We have a couple of more intense supercells that are discrete back west of St. Louis, but if this complex of storms can get to you quick enough, which it might not, you'll mostly just have a wind and hail threat. This is kind of going eastbound. Outflow boundary's going south, so we might get some storm initiation here. I'd be mostly concerned about a wind and hail threat over here. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk, in my opinion. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. We already have 17. This is pretty similar to how we started yesterday, just minus all the tornado warnings that we started with yesterday. I have never had so many tornado warnings to begin a stream. We literally had 5 tornado warnings to start the first 5 minutes of yesterday's stream. It was pretty unbelievable. Thank you, Joy, for the $9.99. I'll talk more about Sunday in my video tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's video will be a very detailed breakdown on both Saturday and Sunday. So definitely be on alert, though, in Kentucky, because we are going to have some significant severe weather. This is the outlook currently from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm not going to go too much into detail about this because we are still a few days out with some uncertainty. Sorry, wrong day. There you go. So enhanced risk across western Kentucky, slight and marginal on the east side of state, but it does look like we are going to have a pretty significant severe weather event on Sunday as well. So I unfortunately think we are going to have 2 big outbreaks in a row. Tomorrow is a slightly more conditional risk if storms don't fire off, but if storms fire off, this looks like a very, very dangerous day for violent tornadoes. And violent tornadoes are a possibility tomorrow with that moderate risk now for severe weather. So unfortunately, tomorrow does not look good. But we are going to be live again tomorrow and as well as on Sunday. We will have extensive coverage for both days. Denton, Texas right now is fine. Actually, we do have a storm now exploding west of Denton. So this one right here, this is really the first storm that we've actually seen really exploding. We've had a couple of them kind of explode, but this one's definitely a bit more, bit higher up into the atmosphere. Let's see the echo tops here. Yeah, this storm is blowing up. It's already upwards of 50,000 feet. Wow. It's kind of crazy. So this storm over here is already towering up west of Denton. So this one right here, if you're in Denton County, you're definitely have to be prepared for some hail here. That storm blew up pretty quickly. This will not prevent storms. With how much instability that we have today, sinking air is not going to be that big of an issue with these storms. We don't have a whole lot. Those storms are not going to create that much sinking air. So we're really just going to have a very volatile environment here for explosive storms. Even if a storm happens in your location, you could see another one here in North Texas. I mean, the instability is off the charts today. It's a fairly favorable environment here. Yeah, these storms are starting to now explode. We have a dry line right here. And those storms are exploding right along that dry line. So we are definitely going to start to see some more significant severe weather, I think, here in North Texas and southern Oklahoma within the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then back over in Oklahoma, we have some storms blowing up there. Those might take a little bit more time than the ones in Texas. But they're definitely in play for some significant severe weather. This environment is extremely ripe for large to very large hail. So we are probably going to see a few storms that produce upwards of softball-sized hail today. It's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be an interesting day. We'll have Connor Croft storm chasing with us. We do have Storm Runner Media too, if they have any view of anything. Storm Runner Media is closer to Ardmore, comparably to Connor. Connor's a little bit behind the storm, but they're getting a pretty good view of the storms just exploding. So, but I would say the one area that I'll be watching for here in the next few minutes is this storm here going towards Denton County. All right. Thank you to whoever just ordered another limited release 250,000 subscriber t-shirt. Yeah, tomorrow and Sunday will be bad. And again, I'll have a full detailed breakdown on that tomorrow morning. You guys like the ad, by the way, today in today's forecast? We did it. Today was our first sponsored video in legitimately over a year. The last time we've only done 2 in history. That was our second one. So pretty crazy. Some of you guys caught on to what it was yesterday. Trey, this is Radar Omega. The link to download's in the description. All of the links to everything are in the description. What was the sponsorship? It was Factor Meals. This stream is not brought to you by Factor, but the video today was. It was pretty cool. It was actually a pretty cool experience. I don't really film ads. We haven't really done many of those, so it was pretty cool doing that. It took a pretty good amount of time, but it was fun. So for the record, we've been live every day this week, and you're probably wondering, how did I film that ad? I literally did this. What's today? Is today Friday? I don't know what today is. Yeah, today's Friday. So Wednesday morning, I get up at like 11, get like 7 hours of sleep. I have somebody come over to help me film, and so we're doing an hour of filming. We finish the advertisement. I think I went live literally like 30 minutes after that was done. I could be wrong. It was something like that. It was a crazy turnaround time. And then after the stream, we were live for like 8 or 9 hours on Wednesday. After that stream was done, I basically did all the voiceovers. So, I mean, it was literally like it was a time crunch on Wednesday. It was quite literally unbelievable. I don't know how I even got it done. I mean, we've been live a ton, and fitting that into my schedule was something else. The storm that's near Thackerville, Oklahoma, actually looks kind of interesting here. We are starting to get a little bit of a little hook on that thing. So storm and development, it might take a little while to actually organize, but there's something happening there too. Got a few storms here firing up along the dry line that are beginning to get a little bit more interesting here. And we have now a new severe thunderstorm warning near Venus and Midlothian. And this is what I'm talking about, by the way. We just had a severe storm roll right into Waxahachie, and we have another one about to do the same thing. So don't rule out multiple severe storms in your area today, especially in Texas. It's going to be a reoccurring theme because of how much instability we have. These storms are just going to keep blowing up. This one's also producing the threat for hail. There's a little backwards hook on this, but I don't see any rotation. So looks like more of an elevated storm. And here's another one. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning now west of Fort Worth. And it's also going to be for ping pong ball sized hail. So hailstorms are definitely starting to fire up. This one will probably get warned next, is my guess, because that one looks pretty intense already. That one's definitely producing some level of hail near Boyd. We at least have some hail falling there. So storms are quickly firing up now along the dry line in North Texas. Thank you, Rhonda, for the $5 super chat. The Weatherford storm is heading towards DFW. But they are still organizing. They're still trying to develop. It might take a little bit to get actual organized supercells. Some of these are kind of, again, strong updrafts, and then they kind of go kind of weaker. So they're taking a little bit to get going, but I think we'll have a better shot of these being more organized within the next 30 to 45 minutes. This mic is so high, I just realized that. Thank you, Weil, for the $5 super chat as well. Thank you, WD, for the $4.99. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, by the way, thank you, Frost, for the $10 super chat. Anything in Missouri? We have a couple of different modes of severe weather in Missouri right now. We have those discrete cells that are trying to develop here just off to the west of St. Louis, which are producing mainly a hail concern. Maybe some isolated damaging winds, and if anything organizes here, we could get an isolated tornado. And we got some outflow driven storms north of St. Louis, which are moving east. Outflow boundaries pushing south, so any of those storms will be wind and hail producers. Aside from that, Missouri does not look to be that concerning today. There's also storms firing off further west as well near the dry line, but these ones also just do not look super duper concerning to me. They are right now, the main concern down the road would be wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado with anything that organizes. But it's still a relatively low risk. But we have a bunch of storms firing up and down here, right across into northeast Oklahoma as well. So, tons of storms firing up. Most matured ones right now are the ones here in North Texas. Michael, on one of my members-only live streams, just super chatted $50. I don't know how in the world he got there, and I just didn't do it here, but I do appreciate, if Michael's here, thank you for your $50 super chat on one of the videos. Appreciate that. Thank you, Melon, for becoming a Velocity member. Anything north of Indianapolis? I don't think there will be much there, just isolated wind. Again, today's not super concerning for those areas. Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, I think need to be the most weather aware. So basically 4 states. Illinois, Indiana, this is mostly just isolated severe weather. We might get something here in western Illinois, but I'm not super confident we're going to see anything that significant other than just some ordinary hail and wind with these storms. Like nothing major by the looks of it. We could still get an isolated tornado or two, but it's a relatively low risk. And then anything in this area, which I didn't really include in the thumbnail, those are mostly just ordinary springtime thunderstorms with hail and wind. So that's really about it there. And thank you, Eyes, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Bandit, for the $4.99. Think I can get a 20-minute run in Arlington? I don't know. It's kind of a gamble. I mean, these storms are blowing up pretty quickly, and This environment is just so favorable for thunderstorms. It might, some of these might not even be severe, but anything that, you know, blows up here is going to be capable of very large hail. So honestly, you can, if thunder roars, go indoors. All right, if you hear thunder, go back, but you have time if you don't hear any thunder. I'm not seeing a whole lot of lightning being detected right now. Let me turn on the 5-minute lightning detection here. Yeah, there's a pretty good amount of lightning back over in northwestern Tarrant County and a little bit back over in this is Parker County, right? Sometimes I flip these. I think it's Parker County. So there's some hail there, or there's a lot of lightning there. So lightning's starting to ramp up, but if you don't hear any thunder, you should be fine. If thunder roars, go indoors. Also, thank you to Vex for the $10 super chat. How's Gateville, Texas looking for today? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, there was a ton of rain the other day. I don't think Gateville will see much more beyond hail and maybe wind. The tornado risk down here should be very low. So I don't expect much of a tornado risk down that direction. No problem, Jordan. How about Sunday? I will be talking more about Sunday in my video forecast tomorrow. So make sure to subscribe. Well, you're obviously subscribed, but just click the bell icon so you're notified when that goes out. I'm not going to talk about it too much today. We're still a couple days out from that event. We will be talking somewhat about tomorrow in today's live stream whenever we have some time, which right now we kind of have some time. I already talked about it like 20 minutes ago, not even, so won't repeat it too much. But tomorrow again looks like a pretty big outbreak. If storms get going, which they should, they'll probably be relatively discreet. And then Sunday we'll talk more about tomorrow. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member. Thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Just got off work in Waxahachie. Do you guys get any hail there? There's already been a few reports of hail on the north side of town. We just had one hailstorm go through Waxahachie, and we have another one, which is pretty crazy. Somebody just said on Connor's stream, tornadoes are less dangerous than Taco Bell. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, never mind. All right. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a big day. And tomorrow is probably going to be, again, we're probably at least going to have 1 or 2 violent tornadoes, or at least strong tornadoes, but perhaps even violent. Anything that gets going. Thank you, Preet, for becoming a member. We are watching a storm north of Gainesville. It's just strong right now, and these storms may take a little bit of time to get going. They are starting to blow up more and more, though. Obviously, over the last 30 minutes, we've seen these storms really start to explode right along the dry line. So this storm activity did look a little bit more promising when it came to a hail threat, but it's kind of, at least for now, kind of weakening a little bit. But still trying to get going. The storm that's west of Fort Worth also trying to get going. That one's producing ping pong ball sized hail reportedly, and then the other one near Waxahachie is going to be producing hail up to the size of ping pong balls as well, or actually now quarter size. So this storm's also producing some hail. Not seeing any sort of CC signature on that represents hail, but this one does near Terrell, Texas, and near Oak Ridge and Kaufman. So we definitely have a hail core here that's going to be moving right through Terrell over the next few minutes, and so definitely make sure you're staying away from windows as that moves to the northeast. Please don't at me on stuff on Twitter, by the way, that's like more than a day old, because some people have been adding me and stuff recently about like tornadoes and hail and stuff that happened like years ago or weeks ago or whatever it might be. I don't need old information. I appreciate the enthusiasm, though. Good to see you live. I know. We kind of went live a little bit earlier than I thought we would, but it's fine. I think today's live stream will probably be about 3 to 4 hours long. As long as these storms get going, we'll be live for at least 3 hours, perhaps longer. So this will be not a super long live stream, hopefully. I really hope it's not long, because, I mean, tomorrow and Sunday look like they're going to be very long streams. So if that's all true, then I do not want to be live for a super long amount of time today. So as long as today doesn't look too bad, I mean, so far it's just getting going, but we'll kind of evaluate that in like an hour or two, see how things look. If you guys do have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Just kind of answering questions here while we have some development happening. And we do have now a severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that is just to the south of Ardmore, and I think Connor's actually going to be going towards this one. Looks like we even have a little bit of rotation on this. Maybe a little bit of something just west of Thackerville. So maybe something to watch here. It's again a very, very new storm, so it might take a little bit of time to get going and any sort of tornado risk, but it's at least beginning to blow up there. And the storms that are north of that one, back over near Ardmore, are also starting to get going more. Those are starting to produce a hail threat. Probably some small hail falling there right now. Patriot, yes, we do. The link to donate is in the description. I cannot answer a question about if you need house insurance. I mean, I'm not an insurance broker, and I mean, I don't know. I'm not even gonna dabble into that question. I don't think Iowa's gonna really see much over the next few days. You are in the risk today. And I think tomorrow you might be too, but it's not that high. Yeah, tomorrow's a marginal. I don't think Iowa is going to get much more beyond from what we just saw last night. I almost, by the way, activated an emergency live stream last night. We had like 7 tornado warnings at 3 a.m. last night. It was unbelievable. We had like 7 tornado warnings in eastern Nebraska. I was going to activate a live stream if we really needed to, because I was still recording the video for this morning. But man, I was so close to hitting that live button. If any tornadoes did drop, then I would have gone live. But it looked like everything was staying at least somewhat tame enough for me to not have to activate a live stream at 3 a.m. So that would have been something if we had to go live at 3 a.m. last night. Hey, call for the 499. Storm south of Memphis. And we have a couple of storms here. Interesting storm structure on the one west of South Haven. But not really seeing much rotation. It's very, very broad. More of a wind threat, I would say, right now. Even the one near the Hernando area is kind of in the same boat. Streaming pajamas? I wasn't like going to bed. I mean, I was just finishing up the video for this morning last night. Like low-key, I was literally just trying to, you know, record that and then go to bed, and it took way longer than I thought it would. And all of a sudden, I see all these tornado warning alerts popping up on my phone. I'm like, okay, we might actually have to do something here. But again, there was a couple of confirmed tornadoes like west of Omaha, but they weren't very close to it. And nothing was really confirmed at the time of when I was going to go live, so it was fun. All right, here's the new severe thunderstorm warning now north of Gainesville for ping pong ball-sized hail. So again, storms are beginning to ramp up now here in North Texas. Thank you, Craig, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I really do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Craig as the highest membership that you can get on the channel, and I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Mark, I think overall the main concern for Greenville, again, will be large hail. But you're still a little ways from that. The storm I'll be watching is this one near Terrell, which is moving towards Greenville. And we also have the storms out here to the west, which could also pose a threat. And again, I do want to remind you, this is something that a lot of people probably don't know about today. There are going to be multiple storms in some areas. You could get as many as 3 to 4 hailstorms in North Texas today. That's a possibility, all right? So if you are in North Texas, do not sleep on storms after you get one. There are going to be multiple rounds. I mean, we already have, like Waxahachie, for example, we are getting our second hailstorm now, and we are only at 5 o'clock. We have more storms along the dry line that could also pose a threat, and we could eventually get another storm forming down here that could also pose a hail threat to the same area. So there could be multiple hailstorms literally in the same area today in North Texas. So do not sleep on the hail risk here today. And just the storm risk overall. Chances of the Indianapolis 500 being delayed. When's it? What time is that at? Is that actually is that in Indianapolis, or is that like a rural area? Your ambient lighting needs to be yellow now. I usually don't make it yellow unless we have like something destructive that's happening. Noon? Yeah, that's gonna be probably delayed. There's still gonna be a line of storms right around that time, so I highly doubt it's gonna be on time. Bring back the water bottle. I'm just drinking Diet Coke right now. I'm just drinking caffeine. I'll bring back the water bottle when I'm actually not drinking Diet Coke.
I might have just had not good service.
There's the storm, by the way, near Springer, Oklahoma, just south of Ardmore.
If I had to guess, it's on my end since I have trash mobile.
It's only moving about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's moving real slow, guys. Real slow mover. Yeah, we're all good, Lauren. All good. Look at this left split in front of us,
this
guys.
one near Thackerville actually looks interesting. The one near Thackerville, I think that's the one they're going towards. This one looks interesting. We actually have a hook here still. We have a little bit of rotation too on radar. I mean, I wouldn't rule out a tornado with this. It's a very early part of the storm here, but like, I wouldn't rule it out. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Denton County. That's also for ping pong ball sized hail. So if you're in Denton County, stay away from windows. There shouldn't be a whole lot of wind driven hail here, but there will at least be hail. Hey, Brandon for $5 super chat. Are you talking about right now? If you're talking about right now, I'm just looking at mostly a wind and hail threat with those outflow driven storms. Right, so the radar coverage here is a little bit poor. We have a rotation, it looks like, though. At least something developed. Something might be trying to develop here. It's a little bit hard to tell, but I think we at least have some sort of maybe broad circulation on this storm. Which they did just upgrade the warning now to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Be weather aware here. That storm's actually developing. It might do something here soon. We'll see. Definitely got some interesting storms here firing off across North Texas. Why can't I sleep in DFW? Maybe because it's 5:30 in the afternoon. My only guess. Too windy for tornadoes? That's not how that works. I mean, you need wind for tornadoes. If there's no wind, there's no tornadoes happening. McKinney and Andy Rusk. Yeah, I mean, again, North Texas, it's going to be a big day today. There's going to be a lot of hailstorms. If you know any friends or family in North Texas, make sure they're staying weather aware. It's going to be a big day. There's going to be a lot of hailstorms. We already have a bunch of storms firing off. It's going to be the next like 3 to 4 hours are going to be very active here. And it might not look like that by the first appearance. We don't have any major discrete supercells here, but like all these will be capable of severe weather. Might not see a whole lot of tornadoes, but we'll at least see a pretty significant amount of hail here and damaging winds. Yeah, more storms are probably going to hit northern Tarrant County. We're still well away from done with this threat, at least in the western DFW Metroplex. These storms are very slow moving right now. Again, this is all kind of just initiating off the dry line. So this storm activity has just begun. We're probably going to get maybe another storm development in here somewhere. These storms are actually going to be a bit more numerous across the dry line, even though they look pretty widely scattered right now, because we got one up here, got one right here, we got one right here. They're kind of widely scattered right now, but I think we'll have more storms firing up right along this dry line over the next couple of hours, and the threat should start to ramp up more and more. Again, we went live a little bit before the peak of the action, which we usually do, but I mean, we're well before the peak. I think the peak of hail and wind and tornadoes will probably be right around 7. So, We also have the storms in Oklahoma that are firing off. Not ruling out some sort of tornado risk with this particular storm near the Gainesville area, though. And Connor is going to be approaching that storm here soon, so we'll see if we have any view of that one. There's no hook on this one near Denton. I'm not seeing any tornado risk right now on the one near Denton. Even though it could produce something down the road, I don't see any current tornado risk. Overall, the tornado risk today should remain, again, very low. It's not zero, but it's low. So I'm not, again, super concerned here today about tornadoes, but we are live in the case that one does happen, because this is a very populated area. This is not like a small little area in West Texas or something like that. There's a lot of people that live in North Texas, and I've covered North Texas for over 4 years now. I know that this area gets a lot of storms, especially during this time of the year. And I do think we're going to at least have a chance for 1 or 2 tornadoes here in either Oklahoma or back over into, North Texas. Just for comparison, the significant tornado parameter values today are really kind of right around 1, 2, 3 at the peak. So it's not a super substantial threat, but there's definitely enough shear here today for a couple of tornadoes, especially with any storms that do remain discrete. Thank you, Alred, for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Yeah, Kentucky's going to be active, I think, on Sunday. We have some big storms. Probably going to be more of a line to start, and then maybe some discrete stuff in the afternoon. Sunday could be a long stream. We'll see. Might be a long day. Looks like we have a little bit of rotation developing southwest of Hernando now in northern Missouri. The storms near St. Louis, again, are predominantly hail and wind. We actually have a tornado possible label on this area now. Maybe a little bit of circulation there near Jerseyville. So maybe a brief tornado threat there. And then again, the storms in Indiana, not super concerning. Mostly just a wind threat. Also, we have that development happening right along the dry line in northeast Oklahoma back into western Missouri. And again, these are predominantly just gusty winds and small hail. But if that can organize, we could get something out of that down the road. So that'll be the next concern to watch for. The storm in Thackerville is definitely producing some hail. Still watching to see if that tries to rotate a bit more. All right. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Wind shear just has a lot to do with just the overall, surface to the, higher up in the atmosphere. Just basically how strong the winds are, and also how much they're, spinning, going different directions. Which tomorrow, again, has a lot of wind shear. And we also have, in addition to that, we have a very strong veering profile. And the veering gives you an idea that winds are going like this, like throughout the atmosphere. Like, we are getting strong winds that kind of turn like this in the atmosphere. Or at least, if you look at a sounding, that's how they'll look. We'll have those, like, wind barbs like this that'll kind of turn, sort of something like that. And, as we go up in the atmosphere, those winds, as they turn, that creates more spin. And you see that also in photographs, where we have that big little spin like this. I don't know why my pen keeps doing this. It keeps, like, glitching. But that's what it would look like. Kind of like that spin and that, like, hook on it. And it represents all the spin that we have in the atmosphere, from the very bottom of the atmosphere up into, like, the higher layers. We have a lot of spin, which will represent the potential for tornadoes. Because the more spin you have, the better shot we have of tornadoes overall. Anywhere from the upper atmosphere back to the surface. The storms right now in Denton are predominantly just hail right now. Not seeing much wind. Maybe some gusty winds. Not super concerned right now, though, about any sort of tornado risk there. Again, that could change, though, as we go later into the afternoon. We are still very early into the storm cycle here in North Texas. I do think they'll start to intensify further as these storms do develop and move further to the east. So, still a little ways away, again, from really a quote-unquote peak of severe weather. Still several hours out. Or still a couple hours out. Maybe not several, but at least a couple of hours out here. Hail size in Denton County is ping pong ball sized hail, so 1.5 inches in diameter. Thank you, Jerry, for the $4.99. What I think will happen tomorrow? I think tomorrow is going to be a tornado, probably at least some sort of tornado outbreak. Again, tomorrow has a very high ceiling. It also kind of has a floor that's pretty low. It's going to depend heavily on whether storms remain discrete tomorrow, or not really discrete, but it depends more on the storm coverage. If we don't have a whole lot of storms out there, we only have like one, maybe two, there will be a significant tornado threat with any storms like that. But if there's only one or two, it will probably stay more like a moderate risk. But if we have like 3, 4, 5 discrete supercells here across the board, wherever they might be, they are going to produce the potential for strong to even violent tornadoes. Tomorrow's environment is incredibly intense when it comes to tornadoes. We have a very strong veering profile, very strong wind shear across the board. Winds are very strong from the surface all the way up into the upper atmosphere. It's quite a remarkable setup. Now, will that all come to fruition? We'll have to wait and see. But tomorrow looks like a really big day, and we will probably, if storm coverage confidence increases, we'll probably have a high risk for severe weather. They've already mentioned that was a possibility, so I definitely think a high risk for severe weather is 100% in play for tomorrow. It's going to depend again more on storm coverage, though. So live cam here out of Denton County near Lantana. Not seeing anything too crazy here right now, but this is where that hailstorm will be moving into in a few minutes. So if we do see any hail, I'll pull that camera back up. That's right there out of Lantana. Storm initiation will be late tomorrow afternoon. So if we do go live, well, we'll be live tomorrow, but depending on when we go live, it'll probably be sometime around 4 or 5 or something like that. We might even do like a mid-afternoon stream, just kind of update, like an update stream sort of thing. So we'll see. I don't know if DFW, see if DFW sent out a sounding here recently. Just curious. This was the sounding in Dallas-Fort Worth a little while ago. This is right around lunchtime, just a little bit after that. Pretty strong cap in place. It's one of the problems right now. So that cap is kind of preventing at least a little bit of the storm development from continuing. Storms are not really becoming surface-based, which is one of the problems why we don't really have a tornado risk right now going. Or it's at least a very low risk. So that cap is kind of in place right now. Mid-level moisture also not really too prominent. Then again, that was a little while ago, but still kind of represents what we're looking at right now. Even though we have a lot of storms firing up, a lot of these storms do appear more elevated in nature. But if they can become more surface-based, we'll definitely have a more significant hail and at least a hail threat develop, maybe even a low tornado risk with these storms. And we do have a tornado possible label north of St. Louis. We're watching it closely. It does not look like a major concern right now, but we are going to watch it closely. Apparently there is a dam failure right now in this particular flash flood warning near Pittsfield. That's not good. That is not good at all. All right, let's go back down. We'll stay in Texas for now. If anything else gets more intense elsewhere, we'll go to that. All right. Hey, Johnny for the $2 super chat. An EF4 plus tornado is possible tomorrow. Again, I'm not saying that's scary, but it is a possibility. It legitimately is. Violent tornadoes are possible tomorrow in that setup that we have for tomorrow. It's very well in play. Will it happen? I don't know. Again, it could or it might not. It just depends on what kind of goes down tomorrow. If we do have discrete supercells that fire off and that stay surface-based, we will. But if they don't stay surface-based and they go elevated, kind of like what we're seeing now, a lot of these storms are elevated. If they stay elevated, we're not going to really see much of that threat. But it kind of depends on if the cap is overcome and all those other things. There's a lot of things that could go wrong tomorrow, and there's a lot of things that could go forecasted as, you know, as forecasted as well, say. Today's tornado risk, it doesn't matter where you are. I think it's very low everywhere. With that said, I do think we're at least going to have an hour or two here in Oklahoma, Texas, and maybe Arkansas, where we will at least get some sort of small increase in this tornado risk. It's a very large area today, which is another reason why we're live. It's a very large, low tornado risk. It's not zero. So we're keeping a close eye on all these storms. The hail concern is still really the main threat for today. It's going to be very large hail. Notice we do have a hatched area for hail in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and a small sliver of Louisiana. So the hail threat is definitely there today, and we are probably, again, going to see some pretty significant hailstorms. But storms are trying to organize right now, so wow, we just got cloud to ground lightning right here, and I missed it. Cloud to ground lightning just happened here in Denton County. This is in Lantana. Can I go back on this? I can. I don't know how far back I have to go here. Or can I go back? I don't know if I can go back. I don't think I can go back. I think I messed it up. Dang it. I wanted to see that. There was a cloud to ground lightning strike there a second ago. Well, with that said, if you are in Denton County, make sure you're staying indoors. This is all the lightning over the last 5 minutes. We have a lot of lightning being detected right now. There's a ton of lightning right now happening in Denton County, and also in addition to that, ping pong ball sized hail is a strong likelihood in that area. Thank you, Cassie, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Forrester, for the $4.99. I mean, a high risk is definitely in play. I don't know. I mean, if it gets issued, I don't know when it would be. But it would probably, presumably, if the confidence grows by tomorrow morning in terms of storm coverage, then, you know, it might be as early as tomorrow morning. It might be at 2 a.m. tonight. You know, you just never know. I do think we're in it. There's definitely a very solid chance we have a high risk for severe weather tomorrow, though.
Color and then like the haze, the dew points are just so high, and this air is very moist.
We're explaining, by the way, the environment.
So if y'all remember, like we were chasing in Texas a couple days ago, we had the same thing. We couldn't see the storm because it was so milky, and this isn't quite like that, but it's pretty milky, hazy. I think at some point we'll get a better view of it when it gets closer.
Ooh, just saw lightning right there too. But yeah, I mean, this environment today, it's very, very humid. The dew points are, again, well into the you know, the 60s, and even some areas in the low 70s. So it's a very humid environment, and you know that's just going to also increase the buoyancy in this particular environment. And again, any storms that can remain surface-based will have a much better shot at producing a threat for very large hail and even a tornado risk. This storm over here, that's now near Interstate 35, and that's where Connor is right now. This storm's producing golf ball-sized hail, so this one's beginning to ramp up now. We also have some organization happening west of Granbury. I'm not super concerned about a tornado risk right now with this, but we are going to watch it closely. Just in case it does anything. In case it does do anything here. And then we still have the hailstorm that looks like it's still going. Not nearly as intense as before, but we have some hail heading towards Greenville and Sulphur Springs, Texas right now. Thank you to Nancy for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Enrica, for the $3.99. Max and the velocities sounds like a 50s band. Thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, there's still a tornado possible label here. I don't see much on the radar for rotation, but wouldn't rule out maybe a brief spin up. Again, storms like that are notorious for producing isolated brief tornadoes. All right, let's go back to Texas. Hopefully Connor will stay off the dirt roads tonight. I would hope so too. I would hope so too. After what I saw last night, he didn't even get his car out until this morning. It took a long time. Hurricane season's coming up. I wouldn't even think about hurricane season yet, honestly. I mean, I get it. We have this like random 10% out in the Atlantic Ocean, but I would not be looking at that yet. I mean, we still have a lot of severe weather ahead. This severe weather season has been ridiculously long. We've had way too many live streams. Last year we had about 11. We had 11 live streams total in both April and May combined. Last year. This year we've had about 60 now. We've had about 60 streams in both April and May. That's approximately 6 times more live streams than last year during the same time of the year. Why is that? I could not tell you. I mean, I feel like we've gone live a little bit more though for more events this year than last year, but we've had, for the record, we've had an enhanced risk for severe weather just about every single day this month, which is insane. So we've had, I'm not sure where you can find that. Does anybody know the website? I think it's like the Iowa website. Let me find it. I found the website. I just can't remember where it is on this website. There's a place where you can see the SPC outlooks for every day. Everybody knows the link to it, let me know. But we've had an enhanced risk for severe weather just about every day. Yeah, it's the Iowa Mesonet website. I just don't know what tab it's under. I think I found it. Maybe. I don't know the exact link to it, though. I don't know where you find this. If anybody finds the actual picture of it, though, like all the risks, like the highest risks this month, feel free to at me on Twitter or message me on Twitter. Thank you, Anne Marie, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Shelby, for the $4.99. How's that Hernando storm looking? It looks mostly like wind and hail right now. I briefly looked at it. I mean, maybe some $half sized hail. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this. Which I think that's just clear air on the correlation coefficient. Yeah, so it looks like mostly a wind threat. Has a bit of a hook there, but it doesn't appear like a tornado risk to me. So, I don't think it's super concerning. Or a tornado risk, at least. Very low chance for a tornado, though, overall. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $5 super chat. How far south in Texas will these storms go today? Maybe down to like near Austin, but that'll be about it. This is like this is the future radar, the latest run. Further south it would get would maybe be like Austin, perhaps near College Station, but that would be about it. They won't reach Houston. It's just not there's just not going to be enough oomph there. And those storms will be late this evening for those areas. The main concern really today is going to be in North Texas, Oklahoma, and Western Arkansas for the greatest threat for severe weather. Thank you, Delta, for the $2.75 super chat. Appreciate that. Watching almost every day. I mean, we are almost live every day too, so I'm not surprised. we've been live pretty much every day this month. I do appreciate that, though. Thank you, David. It's not the SPC website. It's. I don't know where the graphic is. I really want to find it. It's crazy though. Here's the latest mesoscale discussion for today. Storm coverage will increase over the next few hours. Large hail and wind damage will be likely with the more intense supercells. So that's gonna be for North Texas, Central Texas, Western Arkansas, sliver of Northwest Louisiana, and back into Oklahoma. And there also could again be a couple of tornadoes. So the tornado threat again is not as high as yesterday, but it's there. So there's still at least a chance for a tornado or two. We're still kind of waiting to see how these storms organize here. A lot of hail events so far. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning also back into Oklahoma. That is for the Tishomingo area near Milburn, south of Mill Creek, and that is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Still watching to see if this storm near Thackerville can organize into some sort of tornado risk. It is producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I do think really the two storms that I'm watching a bit more closely for some sort of tornado threat would probably be this one and maybe this one. The other ones kind of look more elevated to me, at least on radar. If we go to Echo Tops right now, all the storms right now towering up around 50,000 feet. So this is the tallest storm that we have right now, is the one near Thackerville. A little over 50,000 feet there, estimated by radar. Thank you, Wanda, for the $10 super chat. By the way, just a quick heads up, if you want to pick up one of our limited release 250,000 subscriber merchandise items, the link to pick one up is at the top of the description. It is also the link pinned in chat. Here are the two different designs. We have a limited edition hat, our limited release hat. It comes with a signature, really cool design. It comes in 4 different colors. You can get in pink, navy blue, a bunch of other stuff. We also have our 250,000 subscriber t-shirts, which you can also pick up with the top link in the description below. It comes in 4 different colors, navy, red, purple, and black. Has some cool designs, has a trampoline, an 8-inch, a cheese curd thing, Drunknado, kind of all the things that have happened here recently, just kind of in the same shirt. So pretty cool designs. Again, they'll only be out until June 6th. So if you want to pick one up, now is the time to do so. That is shopmaxvelocity.net, or it is the top link in the description, or it is the link pinned in the chat. And I really do appreciate everybody picking one of those up. It's actually right now contesting one of the most sold items that we've ever had. The most sold item that we've ever had is the Drunknado shirts. So this is actually contesting that, and we are, only like 24 hours into actually having it on the store. So that's pretty crazy. No t-shirts with my face. Nobody's gonna want to wear a t-shirt with my face on it. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It'd be so weird. Just have my face just in the middle of the shirt with no context.
Guys.
Okay, Connor just mentioned on the storm near Thackerville, and this is the one I've been kind of talking about a little bit here. Actually, now it has a tornado possible label. Okay, this one is starting to rotate. They were just talking about how it looks like there's some motion here. And we've been talking about this for a while. This one's been rotating a little bit, at least on radar. We don't have a great vantage point because we're far away from the radar site, but there's at least some circulation here near Marietta, Oklahoma, near Thackerville. But it's definitely starting to intensify. They are saying it's getting stronger and it's about to drop, so we are going to keep a close eye on this right along the Texas and Oklahoma border. Is Connor too loud?
I saw a fire truck.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here.
I turn it down a little bit. That should be better.
These storms in these big cape environments can just really ramp up fast.
Put there. All right. I'm going to do the gritty today. If we have no tornado warnings whatsoever, we might do it. If not, then no. So that's the challenge for today. Can we go one stream without a tornado warning? That's the challenge today. I honestly don't think that's going to happen because we also have this storm now west of Fort Worth. That isn't really rotating much yet, but it now has a inflow and a hook. So we have 2 different storms now that have a capability of producing a tornado threat here soon. And the 2 that I just pointed out, not even 10 minutes ago, the ones that we're looking at probably for the greatest potential for a tornado. So again, 2 storms right now that we're watching for a tornado risk. This one and then this one. I don't know why Epic Pen keeps making this like flat. I don't understand that. But there you go.
Wow.
This is a storm.
Rapidly organizing mezzo.
That's the storm. It's starting to organize right now. Near Marietta, north of Gainesville.
Shouldn't be moving it much at all. Maybe it'll start to dive south.
It's starting to organize, so you can see it.
Yeah.
Bit of a lowering
Shouldn't be
there.
moving very much. In a good position if it drops. Hard chasing right here on the Red River. Nice mezzo developing. Wow.
Could we get some more
that
tornado
inflow.
madness here
Big
today?
inflow into
This
this.
one's the one near Thackerville, Oklahoma, which is starting to ramp up a little bit.
Now the question is going to be, can it ever tighten up in the low levels to
Right.
produce?
Wow, incredible mezzo though. Here we go, guys. Guys are just tuning in. Hit that subscribe button.
Just for the record, I am running out of circle.
Structure is
I only have 4
structure
more
on
left.
it.
Interesting above it.
Beautiful
Oh,
structure on
no,
it.
now we have a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they have issued a tornado warning on this. That is going to include parts of North Texas. It's a very small area here. East of Thackerville. I don't know. This is, again, a CWA region, so we're going to have like a little bit of a weird kind of warning here. They are going to probably issue a warning here in Oklahoma, too. To kind of connect the two. But again, new tornado warning on this storm. Rapidly organizing mezzo here. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Again, that's just east of Thackerville, and there's your new one. Another tornado warning for this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so again, tornado warning right now, just north of Callisburg, Texas, for Thackerville, Oklahoma as well. Again, seek shelter, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows if you are in this particular area. We do have a rapidly organizing mezzo on this storm. Here's a live shot of that storm right now.
Oh, look at that. Look at that velocity heating
Ramp it up. It's
This is ramping up really quickly.
Hooking. That velocity.
Look at that hook,
That's
by the
some
way, bottom right of your
OKC
screen.
radar
That
right
storm's
there.
organizing quick.
Where to do it?
I can't tell. It's pretty like broad rotation in the
Really?
low levels.
Really broad.
I bet the mid levels looking pretty good.
Really broad rotation in front of us, chat.
If you're just tuning in, this is right along the Texas and Oklahoma border for Thackerville and north of Callisburg. You're in either two locations. You need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building.
Starting to move. Still got a good visual right here.
Yep, perfect.
Got a good visual right here, chat.
Where hail core is just to our north, probably.
Yep.
If there's a tornado, we would see it probably on this feed, so we're just going to stay here for the time being.
What's that?
The bottom right of your
Is that a
screen is the
fall?
live radar shot.
Way back there.
Just north
No,
of
yeah.
Callisburg, which again is right along the Red River
I
of
can't tell if
Texas.
that's Scott. It
Very
looks like
far
Scott.
northeastern
to
Cook
me.
County in North
It
Texas.
just looked very interesting for a quick second.
right behind that pole.
In your vantage point?
Yeah, I couldn't even see. Stupid pole.
The tornado
Dude,
heard
it's
about the
pulling
gritty.
Scott up right there.
Honestly, the
Where that
timing
is,
is just
so.
insane.
Might be trying there.
Dude, it probably is. I mean, it probably is trying to do it. I wouldn't believe it. This base looks weird.
It's a very weird base.
It's like high based.
Yeah, the storm still
High
feels a
base and
little
turbulent,
elevated.
and the dew point's like freaking.
It's still
70,
organizing a little bit
75
here.
degrees, like,
Well, I mean, wasn't the temp like 90 though?
yeah,
So I can kind
I
of see
guess.
it. I can kind of see it. Wow. Rapidly
What the heck?
strengthening.
Yeah, where's this thing gonna be though?
The heck?
What a weird looking storm.
I'm assuming they'll be on the southwest flank right here.
Should be.
At least it's not a dumb storm. At least it has only one mezzo.
No seahorse.
No seahorse stupidity. It's lost some of its...
This is again the storm, just for perspective again, right along the Red River. Pretty defined hook echo. We also got the storm west of Granbury. This one's probably going to get tornado warned here soon as well. That rotation's ramping up. So we got 2 storms. This one's west of Fort Worth. This one looks concerning too. It's not tornado warned, but give it about 5 minutes and it probably will be if that rotation ramps up a bit further. So if you're in Granbury, I would just, you know, stay away from windows at least as the storm approaches. That rotation's beginning to ramp up. We got another hook echo on that one developing. It's been developing for a few minutes now. Again, that would be approaching Granbury. Broad rotation right now, but that one's starting to really organize. All right, let's go back to Connor here. Again, they have a pretty good view of this storm. Again, this is the same, the 2 tornado warnings that we have is in the same area. It's just different CWA regions, so they get issued differently. And it's for Thackerville, Oklahoma, and northeastern Cook County in Texas, just north of Callisburg. I just swallowed another fly.
High base.
I think it'd be right here.
Second time in a row. Second day in a row.
Really?
But it's rapidly rotating in the mid levels, right above.
Oh,
right
should have
above.
stopped. It's going to be over there.
Or it could
I don't
be
know where
right
you guys
there.
are at, but we got decent rotation on this thing, like right in front of us, just south of Thackerville.
Yeah, yeah, I see it. It's probably gonna do something. I think. Looking at it right now.
I'm watching Storm Intermediate too. There's not much. The shots are pretty much the same right
Yeah,
now.
I feel like it'd be right there, right?
They're just on a different
that
road.
makes sense.
This is the same. They're on the same exact storm, so
Just due west.
It's going to be right there.
there's definitely some rotation there.
Or maybe like here. It's low.
Can't really see it well on radar,
Yeah, it's
but there's
rotating.
rotation just south of Thackerville, Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's rotating a decent bit, chat.
It's approaching Interstate 35 here, right along the Red River Valley.
Might just be a big
Thank you, Bear Mom, for becoming a member. I appreciate that.
It is, the mezzo's getting pretty big.
Should be a big bowl right there. It's rotating.
Is that it?
Might just be that. Look at that, yeah, because they got stuff coming in. Yeah, it's gonna be right there. It's trying to organize right there.
Oh wow, I see it.
Yeah. Tornado.
It'd be a photogenic tornado if it
It'd be
drops.
insane if it dropped. It's right there, guys.
Look at that sunbeam back there in the rain. That's cool.
Oh yeah, look at it trying to go right here, Ben. High base.
Heck yeah.
Be really photogenic if it happened.
We'd probably cross the road right in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's
wrapping up.
either gonna produce now or we're not gonna get it till it crosses the river.
I know. Yeah.
So we'll
Starting to spin.
play our cards.
Near
like it's-
Thackerville,
Just sit
Oklahoma,
here
if you're
right
just
now
tuning
and
in.
watch it. Terrain just south of us is pretty solid, so we have to intercept something.
And this is the storm on radar, so Thackerville and the north side of Callisburg will be in the track of this. Rotation's gonna be right on the hook, so right back in here. It's more than likely right about here right now. It's kind of crossing over the Red River. It's riding right along the Red River, which is where a lot of storms do typically seem to produce tornadoes here.
Can we take a...
right above us, man. It's not rotating hard. It's just broad.
Thank you, Felicia. Appreciate that. Appreciate the $10 donation.
How far south do we have to go?
Hopefully I said your name right.
Decent mid-level rotation.
Felicia.
Chat.
Maybe it's Felicia.
Rotating
Thank
pretty
you.
good in the mid-levels.
Okay, we can get off. We'd be able to get off right here on 35. So just south of it.
Right above us. It's definitely the mezzo.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a little wispy now.
There's like
There's
more
some spin
rotation
there in the
right
clouds.
too. But it looks like turbulence.
Not really
Yeah.
spinning super hard right now.
It'll probably do.
Quick update on the storm back over west of Fort Worth. Again, this one's also rotating. Got a hook echo on this storm too. So watch out if you're in Granbury. There could be a tornado warning here soon if that rotation ramps up. Again, this is the one that's very far north Texas, right along the Red River near Thackerville, Oklahoma.
In between two.
Thackerville
tornadoes,
is
right?
included in the
I know.
warning.
I don't know which one to really use.
Neither one is ideal. Looks like it just kind of fell apart, guys. Just fell apart a little
I
bit.
mean, if we get south, we only have to go like right here is where
Okay.
we can get off, so we don't have to like leave it really too much. I would say probably get out ahead of it, go south.
A minute. I'm gonna get the other side of the road right now, so we can see it again.
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that's near Granbury for ping pong ball sized hail. No tornado possible label on it, but again, there is at least some circulation here. Not ruling out a tornado with this, as it does move more east, southeast, and southeast. This one should stay away from Fort Worth, but we are watching it closely in case it does do anything.
Like all outflow, bro.
Is it? It looks a little.
Just some very broad spin right now in the clouds on this storm.
I think we should just.
I mean, they're pretty much right over it, so.
It'd be right there. See it, Connor?
Right there?
Yeah, literally right there. That'd be it.
Yeah.
It's real. It's rotating good.
Broad. But there.
Probably just get a slight bit south. We probably only have to go on the interstate for 3 miles or something.
Yeah? Yeah, it's kind of a new mezzo type thing.
Take a handoff.
I don't know if I call it a handoff.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
Here's the storm that's back near Granbury. Rotation's a bit weaker on the latest scan, so it didn't really continue west of Granbury, Texas. But we are still going to watch that one closely. It is a storm that is relatively organized in this environment, so we could end up seeing some sort of isolated tornado risk with this. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Plenty of thunderstorms developing near Flower Mound, Denton, and Corinth. Again, these are producing the potential for some large hail up to the size of ping pong balls. So we're still watching that threat closely. These tornado warnings have just been updated. They are still going. Still radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed on this. We have, again, live shot with Connor Croft to see if we do see anything. They're just repositioning right now. This is, again, that live shot there. There are some trees here, but you'll kind of see it.
It's all good. It's all right.
Maybe. If not. They're just repositioning. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But again, this is the tornado warning. So we got two different ones, but it's the same storm. There's nothing different about it. Just different CWA regions, which has these warnings issued in different places, but it is, again, the same exact area. So if you are in the two pink polygons or in just this one area in general, make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place. Dexter, Texas is the main location included in this, in addition to Thackerville in Oklahoma. But seek shelter, if you've not already, for northeastern Cook County here in Texas. And we have plenty of other hailstorms out there. The majority of these, again, are just ramping up now. I think we are still kind of approaching the peak of severe weather. Probably still a good hour out from that. So storms are just getting going right now. Let's go back to this storm. We'll stay on this for now. A lot of scud cloud from what I'm seeing. This is... Let me pull up Stormer Media here. They have a view of it right now. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me quickly plop this thing in. All right, so this is not Connor Croft. This is Stormer Media.
For a second.
And you got a shot there of the
It was.
cloud action here. Which, again, it's still broad rotation as of right now.
But yeah, guys, we need to.
A lot of scud cloud activity, though. On radar, there's a hook echo and everything.
Yeah,
the rotation
that
is
was
just not super impressive, but it's
I mean, you guys
trying.
were staring at the one spot where if it was to do something.
warnings in Thackerville, Oklahoma, near Dexter, Texas. Some broad circulation, just feels very, still feels elevated to me.
There's rising motion on the back end of that.
Just looks a little
That's
elevated.
for sure.
Just wait, Storm. Wait like 20 minutes.
Let me put Storm Intermediate at the bottom right too. We'll replace both feeds here, just for the time being. We have a pretty good view of this right now. Yeah, I know the audio is a bit low. I always have to change it in between the two. We're working on a fix. After I actually get like a break from all the severe weather, we will have a lot of fixes to the issues that we currently have. Wow. Look at this hook back over near Granbury, Texas. This thing is still impressive. It's not tornado warned. The velocity is still broad, but there is now a more pronounced hook echo west-northwest of Granbury. We could definitely get something out of this. Still not ruling out a tornado warning on this. If you're in Granbury, stay weather aware. Tolar, Brushy, Acton, Fort Spunky. These are some interesting names. Any of these areas, just stay vigilant. We could get a tornado warning on this storm at some point down the road. Yeah, get the closer up radar sight. See if we can see anything. See the rotation a little bit more with this other radar site that's looking at the Thackerville one. It's still a broad area of circulation. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a member. Sending you pictures of the wall cloud. If you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning right along the Red River, north of Gainesville, near Callisburg. It's for Dexter, Texas, and Thackerville, Oklahoma. Okay. Yeah, this storm near Granbury, I mean, the rotation isn't really strong right now, but I feel like this will try to do something here soon as it goes towards Granbury. I honestly think that this one has a chance to do something. We've been talking about this one for probably the last, like, 25 minutes now. It's still not really in a great environment, but it has a it's very discreet, has a hook echo, has an inflow and everything. But we'll see if the storm can really start wrapping up here or not. I think if this one does, which it already has, I think the other one has that chance as well. So I think it's definitely in play. Thank you, Kim, for becoming a member.
Legendary storm chaser.
Again, this is the storm that we're talking about. It's near Thackerville. Really our best view of this storm.
Chaser on our butts right
We're still watching Connor too to see if he gets any view of this. Now I'm going between the two. Might be a little hook forming on the one near Flower Mound too. So might be something here too. I wouldn't be super concerned about this one yet. It's not really organized, but it might organize as that moves east. We'll stay on this one for now. The cells right now that are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area do not look tornadic to me. But the one near Flower Mound could do something down the road. It's still a little ways out, though, I think, from doing anything. This one near Thackerville, again, we don't have a great radar view of this in particular, so that's why we're using, you know, storm feeds here, storm chaser feeds, both Connor and Storm Runner Media, to see if we can see anything here. So far, we're not seeing anything yet. How's it going, Ro? Somebody was asking if our merch gets shipped nationwide. It does. It gets shipped across the world. It's international. So Canada is included. Again, we're covering areas that are the most concerning. If I'm not talking about your state right now, it's probably a good thing. Texas, again, looks really the most concerning at this exact time. Storm near Granbury still rapping. You know, if we had if we had the environment that we have tomorrow for tornadoes, this thing could go crazy. It's struggling with shear, though. It's not really rapping much. Or it is rapping, but it's not really rotating a whole lot on radar. Velocity is still very broad and very weak. It's the one near Granbury right now. One near Flower Mound's trying to organize too. Might take a little bit of time. Quick update on Missouri and northeast Oklahoma. We do have new warnings developing here, or new storms developing here. A few new severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, mostly hail and wind. I don't see really any rotation on those right now. And then the ones that are back over near St. Louis, predominantly a wind concern and hail concern. I'm not seeing anything tornadic there. Indiana, it's all strong thunderstorms. I'm not seeing anything that's too crazy there. Do now have a tornado possible label on the storm that's near the Senatobia area, but that's still, again, not really looking too significant as of right now, and the other storms are hail and wind producers. It's just a kind of quick general update on everything else that's happening. The storm's losing its hook echo, though. We don't have as much of a hook on this storm as we once did. You can see that kind of evolving on the reflectivity. If we had a tornado, it would be presumably back over near the Callisburg area, or approaching Callisburg in Texas, just to the southwest of Dexter. So that'd be the area that we'd be watching for. Had a pretty solid intensification there for just a few minutes, but looks like it's kind of fizzling a little bit. Yeah, the Granbury storm is still, again, there's no tornado with this right now. But it is wrapping. It is a storm if we get enough wind shear in this, and if there's just, if it can ramp up, essentially, if it can mature, this could drop a tornado. I mean, it's an organized supercell on radar. We got a very strong inflow. Got a hook and everything. The environment today is not super supportive of tornadoes, but these type of storms that are discrete will have the best shot at producing a tornado. And this is one of them. So this storm and then the other one that's back up near Thackerville really are the two contesters right now for a tornado risk. And then the one near Flower Mound, that hail threat is going to ramp up. So if you're near Flower Mound, got a pretty significant hail core developing near Justin, Texas. That's going to be going towards Canyon Falls near Argyle, and then eventually going towards Roanoke and Flower Mound. So more significant hail core starting to develop there near Justin. See, zoomed out here for a second. We also have a new warning on the storm back over south of Waxahachie for hail. We got hail at the Texas Motor Speedway. That would also be being impacted by that storm. This is definitely a hailstorm. Again, the CC does verify that we have some hail falling here. So we got some hail falling right now near Justin, right along Highway 114, approaching Interstate 35. Westbound. Here's the latest scan on the one near Granbury. Velocities will update here in a second. That hook has kind of shut down, at least for the time being. This is an impressive, I mean, obviously, for it not really rotating much, this is a pretty impressive storm structure on radar. Let's see what the velocities correspond with. Let's go back to Connor. Give me one moment, please. Connor's approaching the storm again. Yeah, sorry, I-35 west, not westbound. I-35 does not go west. Barely goes west. Wow, Connor has a really good view of the storm. Let me go put it on the other thing, too. The tornado warning storm near Thackerville is the one that we're talking about.
Ballsy parking right there.
This is the storm on the left side of your screen there.
Why are they looking at us so weird?
Balls of steel parking right there.
Be a better view in a second.
All it takes is one little whoops.
I don't know if he's going to
Let
turn the
out.
camera. Once he turns the camera, we'll go back to him. But yeah, there's rotation, not looking super impressive on the one near Granbury. It's been kind of in and out for the last few minutes. Again, if it can organize, it could produce an isolated tornado. Got a hailstorm again going right through Flower Mound, Texas here pretty soon. It's going to be approaching Roanoke. Got a broad area of circulation as well, just south of Justin. So might be watching at least for maybe an isolated threat of a brief tornado. And also the tornado warning that was in Oklahoma has been canceled.
Right in front of us.
Mainly because of the fact that the storm has moved out of that area.
But it's there.
This is a live shot of that storm that is tornadic right now. Near Gainesville, Texas.
Looks like it's got some mergers
North of
coming
Gainesville,
up.
Texas. I'm not sure why at the bottom left his location says Gainesville, Oklahoma. Because he's definitely not. That's definitely. I don't know if there is a Gainesville in Oklahoma, to be honest.
Can't get a radar update on this radar, Omega.
Our radar is like sucking.
But if there is a tornado, it would be near Callisburg, on the north side of Callisburg in Texas.
Yeah, I still think it's right there.
Yeah, it would be. If it was to drop anything.
If you're in Gainesville, you do not have to take shelter. No. He's on the north side. He's still on the north side of Gainesville. You're not in the warning.
Rising mode. Not left to right.
Gainesville is currently fine.
Doing something, guys. It's doing something. What it's doing, I don't know, but it's doing something.
The storm is officially doing something. I'm glad we know that. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate you watching. It's officially raining. We have rain confirmed. In all seriousness, if there's a tornado, we'll probably see it. I don't see much of anything. There's a little lowering, a big rain shaft. The tornado would likely not be rain wrapped. It has become a little bit more rain wrapped probably, but it would probably be on where we're looking right now. They're looking pretty much right at where that lowering is.
Get the Thacker.
Thank you, Sky Meadow. Appreciate that. It is windy confirmed.
Thacker.
It's confirmed windy in Texas.
Yeah, Cali's
Whitesboro eventually. It's gonna curve a little bit.
Yeah. It's right there, man.
Thank you, Captain Jerry.
That scud is like not connected to the base. So
It is now.
it's connected. It's probably strengthening a bit.
I'll be trying to reorganize a little bit, guys.
All right, I'm just getting confirmation now. There are clouds in Texas. It is confirmed. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. Unfortunately, this radar is only coming in every like 5 minutes. Move back to Connor at least for a second here. Kind of see that lowering back there on the left. We're in the middle now. In Thackerville, or just east of Thackerville, near Gainesville, Texas.
I just take a right up here.
Expensive houses right on the river, huh?
Big ranches, probably.
Big old ranch houses.
Yeah, where this guy is, take a right.
It's right before him.
Okay, we got a new radar scan. Again, we're looking at 3 storms. The one near Flower Mound is also beginning to rotate. The one up here was rotating initially. The one down southwest of Fort Worth near Granbury has at least been producing some level of hail. Has tried to wrap and trying to produce a tornado threat, but that rotation is pretty broad. The storm that's near Flower Mound, it looks like it's trying to do something here. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see if this can kind of organize. But the main concern still is ping pong ball sized hail. Do have at least a little bit of circulation here. So we're going to keep a close eye on this if anything does develop. But there's at least some broad circulation just to the west of Roanoke, Texas. Again, I don't think it's a major concern by any means, but I think it is something to watch for. This is a live shot out of Flower Mound, Texas, or out of Lantana, actually. So this is in Lantana. And we got storm clouds towering up here out in the distance. This is looking north. The storm that we're watching for to the west of Flower Mound is over here. So that's what we're kind of looking at right now. But this storm's starting to organize as well near Roanoke and Flower Mound, Texas. Thank you, James, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. But yeah, this storm at one point was very organized in northeast Cook County. It was really organized near Thackerville. It crossed over the Red River, and it's kind of turned into just more of a hailstorm at this point, which this hail, by the way, could be significant. The CC is showing significant hail, and I think this is going to be replaced by the severe thunderstorm warning here. I don't think that tornado warning is going to continue. I just don't see much. I mean, we had more at the beginning of this storm cycle. Looks to be more of a hail concern right now as this moves towards Pottsboro and just west of Denison, Texas. But looks like a pretty big hail event, that's for sure. I don't know about quarter size. I think it's a bit larger than that, honestly. I wouldn't rule out some golf ball sized hailstones falling with this as it moves towards Pottsboro and Denison in northern Grayson County here in North Texas. But if this one does just become more of a hail event, we are definitely going to still have to watch for the storm near Flower Mound and the one southwest of Fort Worth. Both of those storms look more interesting. We also do have it looks like a storm merger that could happen here. You can see here, we actually have a storm merger. This is the main storm. And for those that were here yesterday, you would know, we had a storm merger in southwest Oklahoma yesterday, and that created that huge tornado yesterday afternoon. Now, I'm not saying we're going to see a huge tornado. It's not the same environment today, but we're going to have possibly another storm merger here. As this storm moves east, this one moves north. If that happens, we're going to have updrafts collide. We could end up seeing a tornado threat develop out of this closer to maybe Sherman, or, you know, maybe over closer to, like, you know, Bonham or something like that here in North Texas. So even if this does not produce right now, if we do get a successful storm merger, we could see something develop with this down the road. We had the same thing happen yesterday. We called that probably a half an hour before that tornado happened. You know, there was going to be a storm merger and probably a tornado, and it ended up happening. So something like that could happen here today. It's not the same environment, though. It's not nearly as favorable for tornadoes, but I would not rule out something out of something like this. So just keep that in mind. If we had another tornado like that yesterday, by the way, I would be stunned, because this environment I just don't think is that capable, but still. Again, radar scans right now coming in every like 4 minutes or so. We're just kind of waiting for it to update here. But if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. They have gone ahead and ended the tornado warning, so that one has been canceled now. We are still watching for a tornado threat, though, at least a low one, out of the storm southwest of Fort Worth, the one near Flower Mound, and then maybe this storm as the storm merger happens. So that storm merger, we're going to have to watch for very closely, because that could definitely produce some sort of threat down the road. The storm that's back over near Granbury still has a hook. Let's see what the velocities look like once they update. Yeah, again, I'm not really seeing much rotation here. Again, wind shear is pretty dull there, and even the storm near Roanoke kind of looks the same way right now. We got two hooks on these we got two different hooks, but they're just, again, not really materializing to much right now. We got the one near Denton, and we got the other one southwest of Fort Worth. There's that storm, by the way. Might lose connection here. This is near Gainesville, Texas. You kind of see the storm base there. Still feels a little bit elevated to me, but you can see it there. And there's hail falling in Justin, Texas. I got a photo of it on Twitter. So definitely some hail falling on the storm that will be approaching. It's going to be crossing over Interstate 35. You can see the hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning, not even in Texas. The new one's going to be back over on the storm that we were talking about earlier. That is southeast of the Senatobia area in northern Mississippi. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That area of circulation will be right near Como, moving to the southeast. So again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation. It looks like more of a wind threat, to be honest. But we'll watch it closely just in case it does do anything. But again, that's over near Como, and it'll eventually be going towards the Sardis Lake in Mississippi. By the way, this is the storm in Gainesville. Look at that thing. Wow.
Look at that clear
Definitely a big hailstorm,
wow.
that's for sure.
Wow, looks
See if it
ominous.
Tightens up the low levels.
Jeez, that looks good. Look at a mid-level clear slot.
We will
Holy
be
crap.
watching the storm in Mississippi closely. But
Velocity
right now it
is
looks
like
like more wind.
I
But
know,
if
it's
anything
crazy.
develops
It's
here, we'll
clearly cranking
keep
in
you posted.
mid-level. Stupid radar's probably so far away I can't even see anything.
Thank you, Mike. And again, this is your tornado warning right now, southeast of Senatobia in Mississippi. Yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as that moves southeast. Otherwise, mostly just hail and wind events elsewhere. The storm over in Granbury, again, still has... Actually, now they have added a tornado possible. Okay, so they have added a tornado possible label now to the storm near Granbury, Texas. And then the storm near Flower Mound. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that with the Flower Mound one, too. Might end up getting something out of this, too, as that moves east towards Flower Mound. Connor's going to be approaching this storm. We're still have a pretty good view of this. You can see it there. No, maybe not. Trees are there.
Yeah, right.
But still have a pretty good view of this storm over here that's in North Texas, back over west of Sherman. Looks like it's turning into a pretty big hailstorm, but once we get a storm merger here, we could end up seeing a tornado threat start to ramp up again. So we're still watching for that potential closely here. All right, we'll stay here for a moment and...
Wow, look at that wall cloud.
Wow.
Look at the rotation on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that'd be right where it produced, I think.
That storm, again, this is not tornado warned, but that looks pretty
Way
impressive to
closer, I
me.
think, than
That's...
the radar shows producing something. This thing is cranking.
Yeah, we don't have a great
What are you
view on
doing,
radar,
dude?
so this is really our best view of that storm in the Gainesville area of Texas.
See him. Oh, the road, man.
That is definitely a wall
Terrible
cloud
place
there.
to stand.
Rotation's still broad near Como, Mississippi on that tornado warning. We're still keeping a close eye on
We
that.
could get like another like half-mile east and stop.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I mean, you can't wait.
Oh, it's out of range.
Out of range. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, this is the other storm that we're talking about, the one near Whitesboro. We got a storm merger happening here, so we'll see how that interacts with this storm. We just saw a very definitive wall cloud here in North Texas on this particular cell. So we'll be watching this as it moves east towards Knollwood and Sherman. Because it very well could produce a tornado. Again, it was tornado warned at one point. Could reorganize. The storm near Granbury, the rotation on this is really, really minimal. I mean, we don't really have any organization when it comes to the velocities, but we do have, again, a hook. The storm has been organized at times, so we'll see if it can do that again. But right now, looks more like a hail threat to me. So we'll keep a close eye on that if anything does happen. The one near Flower Mound, producing ping pong ball sized hail. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, but there's just enough to at least stay weather aware for maybe a brief tornado threat. Not really super impressed about that particular storm when it comes to rotation, but it's going to be something to watch for down the road for sure. And as a reminder, this is your tornado warning in Mississippi. Still broad rotation, moving towards Sardis Lake near Como and Interstate 35 southeast of Senatobia. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We have a fantastic view of this wall cloud with Connor if his connection comes a little bit better. We'll go back to him in a second. That's the storm again in Texas. Look at that thing. It's going to be very pixelated until his connection gets a bit better.
Right here.
There you go.
Right here.
It's a pretty solid view. Again,
whipping, guys.
not really any sort of fog
Big
cloud or
blizzard.
anything, but
Needs to tighten a little bit and it could drop.
Getting that merger too.
it's definitely trying. There's a storm merger happening as we speak, so we'll see if that has any impact on this storm at all.
Wow, look at it go.
While that happens, I'm going to take a quick
Multiple
60-second
different
break.
areas
I will be right
rotating
back.
pretty good.
I still feel like it's a little decoupled.
Slightly. Agree.
It just kind of got disorganized in the last minute, right when we pull up on it.
That's how it goes. Looks good.
Still looks
Still
good.
rotating pretty good right here.
Yeah. We're probably not gonna want to go too much more north, so
Alright.
road-wise, we can go east here through Calliesburg quick, and then just straight east.
Okay.
And then we'll probably have country roads to go south on
Yep.
if we have to go a little south.
Looks good in here. Oh, that's good.
All right.
Getting like rain wrapped again.
I know.
Yeah, this is a storm that has at least some rotation near Whitesboro, Texas. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Flower Mound, Carrollton, Irving. That is going to be for the potential for some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And again, your only tornado warning right now is back over in Mississippi. We'll hop to that in a quick second to give you an update. Hail threat is increasing east of Venice with golf ball sized hail possible. 1 near Sulphur Springs still producing hail. This is a storm that is southeast of the Senatobia area, and I'm really not seeing much with this storm. It had some rotation earlier, but I'm not overly concerned right now about a tornado risk here. Stay in your safe place just in case if you're northeast of Sardis here in Mississippi, but otherwise, again, it's not a super concerning storm in my opinion. It's mostly a hail and wind threat. We might get a tornado, so just in case, stay in your safe place. But the rotation on radar just looks very broad. It looks mostly like a wind threat to me. But we'll keep a close eye on that if it does start to intensify again. Let's go back to Connor here for the time being. Let me see if I can get some other updates here.
Storm's kind of getting a little bit more HP in a little bit.
It's getting the merger chat, so it might get a little more HP on us.
I think it just weakened.
Maybe the merger didn't. It's about to get a merger in its forward flank. That could be a little bit more beneficial for it. Look at this merger coming in.
Yeah. Is that too far east though?
Maybe.
Did see it's rotating right in front of that tree.
Yeah.
I care about
little
every
bit.
state. I'm just covering what I think is the most concerning. That includes other states.
There's like now storms.
I still think the greatest concern for any sort of threat of severe weather here is in Texas, and that's why we're talking
Weird could happen.
primarily about Texas, and as well as even Oklahoma and Arkansas, and even Missouri. There are multiple states that have at least some concern, but I think the greatest concentration will be here in North Texas today.
Oh, okay. We can go north.
And this
right
storm
here.
again has at least some had a wall cloud. I'm not seeing anything definitive now. Becoming a little bit more wrapped, but here's the thing. Again, we got a storm merger happening here. This is your initial supercell. We got this one little storm merger happening. We're gonna have a second storm merger here soon, more than likely on the leading edge of this area. So we might get something out of this down the road. But in my opinion, this at least has some chance here at producing something. At least some sort of possibility of producing a tornado down the road. The one near Flower Mound, once again, does not look super concerning for a tornado risk right now, but definitely producing some damaging winds and hail. And the one near Granbury still looks more like a wind concern. We could get a brief spin up out of that, but looks like more of a wind and hail threat. And the Mississippi tornado warning, if you're just tuning in for Mississippi, this is the tornado warning northeast of Sardis. And that rotation, as of right now, still does remain pretty broad. But again, if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place.
Yeah, it looks like it's an ominous.
That's southeast of
storm.
Centopia.
It has been
And that right
life.
there is, again, that broad base that we have on that storm. Broad circulating base. That's near Gainesville, Texas. Going to be going towards Sherman, Texas, though.
You're gonna curve south for a bit, and then we can get on this highway.
Turn right.
Yeah.
Hang on, guys. We're gonna lose visual here for a second. It's gonna be behind us.
You know, we have another storm that's firing off also in front of the other storm that's back over southwest of Fort Worth. We do have a new storm that's firing up right now. Might produce some hail. Got some storms kind of going towards Dallas as well. Not really anything too crazy. We're watching those two. And this one, again, that's near Sherman. Still looks very ominous, and also, again, it looks pretty scary. But I still think the tornado risk here is low. The storm merger will increase this tornado risk, though. Presumably. It probably will, at least. Similar to yesterday, we had that storm merger in southwest Oklahoma. This feels like a similar situation. When we get a storm merger, I think that tornado risk will at least increase a little bit here as this goes towards Sherman, Texas.
Under the collar cloud because it's the mid-level, because the low-level meso is so weak because there's no low-level shear. All the above. Still severe warned, guys.
I'm saying 6:30 p.m. for Sherman, Texas. You're not far off from that.
Heading towards Sherman, Texas.
Time to see if this merger kills it.
And they're saying it too. This is going to be going towards Sherman, Texas. But we got that next storm merger. We just had a little small cell merge into this. I think it'll be a better chance with this better, much stronger area of updrafts. I think this storm in particular will have a better shot with a storm merger of actually trying to increase this tornado risk a little bit. So that's what we're currently watching for. Why is it when that storm merger occurs, tornado risk increases? Well, let's think about it this way. Let's say you got you get two McDonald's cheese. Let's say you have the option of two McDonald's cheeseburgers or combining those into a McDouble. Which is better? Well, if you combine the two, it's a much beefier sort of meat. That's kind of the same thing that we're talking about here, but in a sense of, you know, basically better quality storm life is basically what I'm trying to say here. When we have two storms merging into each other, we got two updrafts that are merging into each other. It's going to create one just strong updraft, and that'll eventually kind of organize that supercell. Okay, why we're not talking we're not picking the two cheeseburgers. We're picking the McDouble. I'm making it relatable to something that most people hopefully know about. Okay, we do have a wall cloud on this. Let me pan over to Storm Runner Media here. They have a really good view of this wall cloud.
Crazy, at least.
This is not Storm Runner Media, by the way.
I'm gonna go that
This storm, this has a pretty definitive wall cloud. Look at that. This is the one near Sherman.
Hooking on the backside, right where we just came from. Awesome.
If you guys watch this in time, you guys can see that it is spinning.
Not tornado warned,
From the top.
but this is starting to organize now. And the rotation in Mississippi again is broad. I'm still watching it. I just don't think it's super duper concerning right now. That is your wall right there.
All right, I just wanted you guys to see. Make sure you guys can see
Pretty
that.
clear as day with this wall cloud here. Again, this is a storm that's going to be approaching Sherman, Texas here soon.
and I can
If
get
you are in
the
Sherman or
correct
Denison,
camera.
basically anywhere in Grayson County, Texas, stay vigilant.
I just gotta find a
Because this, again, could produce a tornado down the road. It's possible.
Orchard Road. I'll just go to Orchard Road. I just gotta, well, turning around is gonna be impossible here.
We'll go back to them in a second. This is the Granbury storm north of Glen Rose. Again, not seeing much rotation here. Mostly just a hail and wind threat right now. And then the storm that's back over near Flower Mound is kind of in the same boat. Mostly hail and wind. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation there. And this is the storm that we're talking about. The one back up near Whitesboro. The storm, again, really, in my opinion, has the best chance at trying to produce something. Has a pretty definitive wall cloud there as well. That's moving eastbound. Going to be going towards Sherman here pretty soon. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, there will be some damaging winds and hail. And then again, this is your tornado warning in Mississippi. Again, I don't think this is going to produce. It still has hail and wind no matter what, so stay in your safe place. Might produce a brief tornado as that moves down to the southeast over the next few minutes. It'll be on track to go towards Oxford. Wow, look at this storm. There's your storm right there.
Okay, cool.
Hey.
Bottom right of your screen too, you can see that these storms are about to merge. So another storm merger coming right up.
See that today's not even the tracer convergence high risk. And
But you guys see how many people just get totally distracted and they don't think to look for cars. They'll just look right out in front of you, or walk right out in front of you without even looking.
So again, this is the storm that we're watching for. Still, I think it has a little bit of time before it really gets going, even though there's a bit of a lowering there. But if we get this storm merger kind of, again, merge with this, we could potentially see a tornado come out of this. But I still do think we are still a little ways out from that. Probably about 10 to 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. But it is beginning to organize. We had that little small cell merge, and it is beginning to organize a bit more. The one near Cranberry, still quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The one near Flower Mound is half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado warning is back over in Mississippi. Yeah, I've been talking about this a few times, but I think it's mostly a hail and wind threat. Maybe a brief tornado. It just, again, radar-wise, does not look that crazy. So we're still watching it closely in case it does anything. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a member. Thank you, Jeremy, for the $1.99.
Much appreciated.
I don't think I missed any super chats or members, but if I did, I do appreciate your generosity.
yeah, nice view of this, guys.
It's gonna pass right over us, pretty much.
Oh,
Awesome coverage. Thank you.
It's kind of doing that.
Thank you, Zachary, for the $9.99. Nothing really doing not really doing anything in St. Louis, just windy as heck.
On the inside of the windshield
That's
here,
right.
starting to get rain coming through the cracks.
Oh, they're
again.
recondensing over here. Oh, wait, it's one big old one.
Yeah, it's one big thing.
It's not just right there.
No, yeah, it goes in there as well.
It's right here.
The storm's
Yeah, nice.
trying to organize.
It's just severe warrants, no tornado possible, no nothing. Looking pretty messy, to be quite honest.
It's,
And this is a storm right now near
understand.
Whitesboro, Texas. Can be going towards Sherman.
you can see how this is starting to split off.
Still watching it closely. All right, quick update for a few other states, and then we'll go back to those storms. We do also have a few storms developing here in Arkansas that are producing some hail and wind. Again, very low tornado risk here. We actually have another little hook kind of on the back side of this, so might have to watch that. Back over to the southeast of Lone Oak, Arkansas. We got the other storms back over near Springfield, Missouri. These are just hail and wind. Again, I'm not super concerned about a tornado risk right now with those. And then also back over north of St. Louis, we got some storms there, west of St. Louis, but very limited severe weather there right now. It's mostly just hail and wind. Here's your tornado warning in Mississippi. And again, I don't really think there's much here. I think it's mostly just a wind threat. With also some hail for sure. There's definitely going to be some hail upwards of golf ball size, maybe up to the size of an Easter egg with that particular storm. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. This storm is definitely looking interesting.
You stop making everything so
pretty impressive
bright,
storm
Cameron.
structure.
Why do
Even
you
if it
do
doesn't
that?
produce a tornado, it's still pretty interesting when it comes to the structure of the storm.
Yeah, it's redoing its thing over on the right side there.
Yep. Right, it's bringing it in.
It's pretty low low wall cloud though. I wonder if this person would mind.
What's the
if I
storm
just
in southern
parked at
Dallas
the edge of
looking
their
like?
driveway.
Mostly just a hail threat. If you're talking about the one directly
face
south of
forward at it.
Dallas, it's not even severe. Just strong storms, some small hail, maybe some gusty winds, and definitely some lightning. The storm near Granbury, by the way, is just falling apart entirely. Storm near Gun Barrel City is really the most significant hail producer right now with golf ball sized hail. So far, though, we've been kind of looking out. I mean, most of these storms have not gotten to their maximum potential so far of upwards of softball sized hail, which is good news. We're still watching for
That's
kind of a
very
very
good
low
for that.
tornado risk here. This storm is about to have another storm merger, so we'll see if anything does come out of that. We'll see if there's an increase or an uptick on the tornado risk at all. Looks very ominous. But I just, again, we don't really have any definitive funnel cloud or anything like that. Nothing that's imminent.
Out of Medill.
We could still see
Right
something.
up in this thing.
I have to say, though, I think really the most concerning storms across the entire country right now are in
Where's
North
Mattel?
Texas. Even though the tornado risk is really low, it's definitely a pretty significant hail day. It's still ahead.
Ended up right where we are. Yeah, any real rotation would be on that cell back in Vacaville again.
There's definitely some scary looking clouds here, there's no doubt. Looks like there's a bird block right there. It's flying by.
That's 12 miles. That's 3.5 miles. 2.
We might even have a small little localized area of wind going into Sherman right now. West side of Sherman could be dealing with some sort of little micro burst event here. Damaging winds right now, possibly as high as 60 to 70, but we might even get a small microburst there on the west side of Sherman out of that storm that's probably about to merge with the other supercell that we've been looking at here for a while. So if you're in Sherman, just stay away from windows. Could get some strong downburst winds there. Storm near the Flower Mound area is mostly, again, just wind and hail. That storm actually has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail, so the hail threat's gone down a little bit there. The storm near Gun Barrel City, still producing golf ball-sized hail. And then also the storm that is in Mississippi, that's the one that's tornado warned. Again, I'm not seeing really much rotation there. I still think the main concern here is going to be the threat for damaging winds. Further away radar site, kind of showing the same thing. Looks predominantly like a hail and wind threat. But if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place. That is west of Oxford, Mississippi, and east of Sardis, Mississippi. The Arkansas storms also mostly hail and wind producers. Not seeing much of a tornado risk there either right now. Very low shear environment today, so it would really take a lot for any of these storms, even in Texas, to produce a tornado. But with the storm mergers that we have, I think it's definitely a possibility. The storm, I think, in general, would probably have that best chance.
Certainly trying to come together. They're nice,
Jim
guys.
for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Martin, for the $5 super chat. I'm just praying for rain in Sherman.
Nice to see just about 1,000 of you guys
I
in here.
agree. I would not want to be dealing with any sort of hail damage or anything like that. There's already been a lot of hail in North Texas this year.
Is pretty.
Depending on where you are, the Metroplex has been missed a lot, but we've had some significant hail events outside of DFW. Like a week ago or a couple weeks ago, we had a big hail track over here. We had another big hail track down here. Like everything missed the DFW Metroplex unless you're in like northern Denton County. It's been pretty crazy. But yeah, DFW's gotten spared so far this year. Last year, different story. Last year was crazy. Thank you, Jennifer, for becoming a member. Thank you, Ash, for the $5 super chat. Ash, it's probably just because the air becomes more stable. I mean, if you're getting like late night storms, that's pretty typical. Let's see if we got any rotation. Nope. All right, so still not seeing any sort of tornado risk with the one near Sherman. It looked a little bit more interesting earlier, but the one near Granbury still looks like a hail and wind threat to me, mostly lightning as well. Not seeing much rotation. The one that we're looking at near Sherman, I still think has a better shot at producing something. Again, this is a live shot of that right now.
I don't think this is merging or splitting. I think it's the new hook's going to be back there. Is what it's doing.
Well, then everyone else will probably thought, okay,
His name
that's
is not
actually
Max.
going to
His
happen.
name is John.
What's
My
the
name
point
is
of going
definitely
back?
Max.
Just to come back.
No, there's no reason to. We just sit here and wait for it. Or find
Do
an
I look
option
like a
to go
John?
west towards it. Like we could go up to 678. Do we have a road option? Just go.
And the storm in Mississippi, that's tornado warned, will be going towards Oxford. Not super concerned about it right now, but maybe an isolated tornado. Storms in Arkansas, again, just mostly hail and wind. The one south of Little Rock looks pretty impressive. It's blown up pretty quickly, but again, not really looking at much rotation there either. The wind shear, again, is just very minimal right now in these areas, and it will be pretty much all of today. But we could still get an isolated tornado. The storms near St. Louis, again, mostly just wind and hail, but again, they're all marginal threats. It's mostly just strong storms. We don't have anything really severe there. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning near the Gardy area of Oklahoma that was just issued for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But that storm merger is happening as we speak, so we'll see if anything happens near Sherman. The storm itself has become, it's kind of become a train almost of storms, so I don't know if we're really going to get anything here. But we're still watching it closely, just in case it does anything. We're here just in case. Hey, Hype Nose for the $5 super chat. That'd be pretty crazy.
Highway 75 into Sherman. Try to avoid lots of traffic.
There's ominous skies here right now near Sherman. So we're seeing if we can see. If anything organizes here, we'll see if that happens, but that storm that's merging is just really out in front of it. The area that I'd be looking at, though, honestly, would probably be this right here near Thackerville. This right here. We might have to watch something there for a tornado risk. That, I think, will be like the next area to watch.
To Sandusky Road and go Sandusky.
Sorry, I just need to make sure the names are right. But yeah, that'll be the area I'm watching for some level of a tornado risk. It looks like we have some sort of organization maybe trying to start there. The storm that was merging with this the primary thunderstorm, again, we're not really seeing a great storm merger there. We could still get something there, but it's kind of a long track area of storms now. It's an elongated area west-east of thunderstorm activity. Not super organized, but I do think we might see some organization here. That's back near Thackerville once again. We might even get a localized flooding threat near Thackerville as well, in northeast Cook County too. And again, that one tornado warning is for Panola, Tate, and Lafayette counties in Mississippi. That rotation's about to be moving out of the area that's tornado warned. So we'll see what warning they issue after this, but I don't really feel like it'll be a tornado warning. It looks mostly like a wind and hail threat to me. So if you're in that tornado warning, just stay in your safe place for the next few minutes, in case that does do anything. Yeah, tomorrow, again, it's going to be a big day. As I mentioned before, we will be live tomorrow. As long as storms do look like they're going to fire up, we'll be live. I think they will, but the next HRRR model run comes out here pretty soon. It comes out in a little over an hour, so we'll see what it looks like tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow looks like, again, a big day. Even if storms don't fire off, I mean, that environment is just so incredibly favorable for tornadoes. It's unbelievable. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's crazy. Like, we've had several weeks in a row where I've said this has just been like the craziest weather event that we've ever covered. I mean, I feel like we keep saying that every single week. Like, it just keeps getting crazier. It's been crazy. And I think tomorrow could be that too. If we do get storms that fire off that are discrete, tomorrow is going to be a substantial outbreak in Oklahoma and Kansas, where strong, long-tracked, and perhaps even violent tornadoes will be possible. So tomorrow's going to be a big day. And unfortunately, if storms do fire off, which is appearing likely that we'll at least get a couple, it'll be a major tornado outbreak. We got a large, moderate risk. This does leave room for a high risk of severe weather as well. I don't know if they'll do it yet. I feel like they will if it depends on a few things, but if the storm coverage is there for tomorrow, I do think there will be a high risk for severe weather. And I had somebody ask that earlier. I've had a lot of people asking me about that. I do think we are going to have a high risk if the storm coverage is forecasted to be there, meaning at least a few discrete cells. But if there's only one or two that are being forecasted, I could see it being a moderate risk still. But there needs to be enough confidence that storms will develop too, because this is going to be a quick transition from today to tomorrow, and kind of a different environment overall, day over day. So all right, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that's in Mississippi, so that tornado warning will probably be canceled, is my guess. That's for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're still watching the storm that's back over in far north Texas, back over again close to the Sherman area for the potential for maybe an isolated tornado. We're watching for redevelopment now back west of Sherman. So we're going to see if this can develop and maybe produce some sort of threat. But we'll have to wait and see. Still not super confident we're going to see anything, but you never know. Never know. Can't rule out anything here in 2024. What time do the storms start tomorrow in Oklahoma City? They'll start firing off in Oklahoma sometime between 4 and 7. That's the expected time to develop. I just threw my trampoline. It is tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Friday today. I just threw the trampoline. You get Max in a car and report from the ground. Yeah, we'll be doing storm chasing at some point. We'll at least have like a little maybe week that we'll do it or something like that. But we'll see. At some point, we'll be probably doing a storm chase with Reed Timmer. I don't know when. I don't think it'll be this year, but maybe next year. That'll be pretty sick. This tornado warning, again, probably going to be canceled. The rotation is outside of the tornado warning, so at this point, not super concerned about the storm, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does do anything peculiar. And we also have the warning near Texarkana. Or Texarkana. Texarkana sounds cooler, but apparently it's Texarkana. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60. and quarter-sized hail. So far, not too crazy. I thought today might be a bit more eventful, but so far it's been kind of chill. Haven't had really any really crazy storms yet. Got a little bit intense on that storm north of Gainesville, but it was only a brief amount of time. What we need is a max velocity Cybertruck. That's what we need. Wrap the car, go storm chasing in that Cybertruck. That'd be sick. Don't jinx it. Oh, we might jinx it on the storm near Thackerville. That Thackerville storm looks peculiar. That's the only storm that I have looked at here in the last little while that actually looks like something that could do something long term. Like the storm that's near Flower Mound, this thing has been dying quickly. Like really quickly. So surprised they haven't canceled the tornado warning yet. But it's pretty much done over there. I've got to tell you guys, though, I'm excited for next week when we don't have to cover severe weather every day. I think we're going to have a nice little break next week. We have to get by today and tomorrow first, but looks like we'll have a little extended break next week from significant severe weather, at least. Let's just hope. Knock on wood. We have another big storm next week. That'll be kind of crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a tornado warning near New Boston in Texas. West of Texarkana. Or Texarkana. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. It's a broad... That's the area of circulation right there, so... That's where we'll be watching for the potential of a tornado. That'll be again on track for New Boston and the Hooks area. No debris signature, but that rotation, at least over the last, on the most recent scan, looks a little bit more strong. It's a rain-wrapped area of rotation, or it's pretty close to being rain-wrapped, so don't try to look outside for this one. I remember there being a tornado emergency back like a year or two ago here. Not saying this will be one, but just for history's sake. This area's been hit before. But if you're in New Boston or Hooks in Texas, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As this does continue to move east-southeast and going eventually towards Texarkana. Historian Max unlocked. I have a pretty good memory of some of these storms. Some of them I don't, but stuff that I remember covering, or I don't know if I covered this, but I don't think I covered this, but I remember watching this as it happened in real time. And I do remember New Boston, this area, getting at least a PDS, but it might have been a tornado emergency. I know the one that hit Idabel was a tornado emergency, which was the same, I think that happened the same day as this one. This is the one in New Boston. But yeah, that rotation's definitely, it's not weak. It's definitely on the stronger side of things. So definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter. It could drop a tornado at any time. Probably the strongest area of circulation that we've actually had today on radar. There's a bust today? This is not a bust. I mean, this is not supposed to be a big tornado risk today. I already kind of talked about that. It's only a 2% tornado risk. This is 100% not a bust. And even if you would consider this a bust, the hail is definitely verified to some extent. We may have not seen anything above 2 inches in diameter yet, which, that may have not verified, but it's by no means a bust. A bust is when literally nothing happens. And like there was supposed to be like some sort of higher risk of severe weather. Yeah, this is your circulation right here. I cannot draw arrows. There you go. There's your circulation. Again, just south of Woodstock, approaching New Boston, Texas. It's a bit more of a populated area here in Northeast Texas, just for the record. So if you're in the pink polygon, stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. This includes a population of 15,000, so a little bit more populated area. Is a bust possible tomorrow? I mean, it definitely is. Tomorrow, actually, I would say does have a chance to actually bust entirely, which is why I've been saying I do think there's at least I wouldn't say it's a high chance, but I think there's a low chance that we don't have much storm development, if at all. But again, it's kind of one of those things. It also could be a very significant event, which is why I don't usually talk much about a quote-unquote bust, you know, trying to forecast a bust, because I just don't think there's any use of that. I think everybody has to say weather aware tomorrow, because if we do have storms, they could be substantial, and they could be significant. I'll have another velocities update, I think, here in a second. If there's a tornado, again, it would be approaching New Boston. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Terrell and Wills Point and Myrtle Springs, Texas, for quarter-sized hail. The tornado warning in Mississippi, for some reason, did not get canceled. But I'm going to be honest with you, that tornado warning, at least the rotation, is outside of the warning already. So, yeah, that warning probably should be canceled, but who knows? Let's go back to this storm. Here's the latest velocities update. Wow, that's some strong rotation. There actually might be a tornado on the ground here. If there is a tornado on the ground, it would be just off to the northwest of New Boston right now in Texas. Again, seek shelter if you're in this warning in New Boston and Hooks, Texas, near Interstate 30. That rotation is actually pretty tight here. And this definitely could have a tornado on the ground as it moves down to the southeast. We're not going to verify this with, you know, a debris signature more than likely, mainly because of the fact that, you know, this storm is just so far away from the radar site, but this is definitely a stronger pocket of rotation. What in the world is happening on Storm Intermedia's feed right now? We have like some crazy scud action happening on their feed right now. Look at that. Bottom right of your screen. Gives you an idea of how humid it is.
Okay, I'm concerned about that in terms of...
That's not a funnel, that's just scary looking clouds all the way. That's pretty crazy. It gives you an idea again of how humid it is today.
40s if that happened. That's
No,
what we were.
It's pretty
it wouldn't
ominous.
be rapid.
If you're just tuning in, this is a possible tornado on the ground. If not, it's at least just strong rotation that's completely rain-wrapped near New Boston, Texas, moving southeast. If you are in New Boston, if you are in the Hooks area, again, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And Connor's kind of looking at the same thing. Wow, that is sketchy. Look at that. That thing is condensed entirely. That is some seriously scary looking clouds if I've ever seen any like that. Wow.
Are you sure that's precip?
It actually
It's a
looks
wall
like it's kind of
cloud.
rotating, to be honest.
But that wall cloud is like on the ground. What is happening?
What is this?
Hold on. Let me.
No,
I'm just gonna stand up on
it's
top
a-
of the car.
it's-
I just need.
Fake wedge, guys.
This is Connor
It's a
Croft's
fake
feed.
tornado. It wants to be one, but it never will be. Unless it produces. And then it will be. I'd be okay with that. Moving some.
I mean,
It's got a mezzo on it, I mean.
It's the last.
it's not a tornado. It looks like one. It's pretty scary looking. This is a PDS fake NATO. I mean, like, that is just scary looking.
It's like being dumb and moving like.
That's over in Whitesboro,
Yeah.
Texas. That's the one near the
Slight
Red River.
northeast deviation.
You can tell it's just scary looking clouds by all the scud cloud around it. It doesn't look like it's rotating really.
Still severe one. We're just gonna watch this base come at us. Honestly, it doesn't look bad. It's like a little mezzo. Like, it's not rotating a ton, but it looks pretty solid.
That's just,
No.
yeah, that's
It's
just
like
scary
compact.
looking. I mean, if I saw that, and you know,
And it's
if I'm
low
a person
base.
that's
At
not a
least it's, like,
meteorologist or anything like that, I'm just looking at that
Spinning
storm
a
like a
little bit
normal
at the
person.
surface as
I
well.
would think there's a massive tornado coming at me, but that's just scary looking clouds all the way. That thing is lowered though pretty substantially.
Ever so slight.
That might be the scariest looking cloud I've seen on stream, and like, I don't know if I've ever seen something scarier looking than this. It's pretty crazy. By the way, the tornado warning near New Boston, that rotation again is pretty strong right now, so there could actually be a tornado on this storm, not the one that we're looking at there, back over near New Boston in northeast Texas. So if you are in this area, again, seek shelter. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, if there is a tornado, it would be approaching the north side of New Boston, and it's near Interstate 30. This is now a destructive storm as well, producing baseball-sized hail. Just waiting for another radar scan. Nothing confirmed on this yet, but if there is a tornado, it would be approaching New Boston,
Here we go,
Texas,
guys.
and
Got a new
hooks.
mezzo coming
This
at
is
us.
not the same storm. This is the one near Whitesboro. Again, really just scary looking cloud here. It's a Timu version of a tornado.
Let's see, what are you guys yapping in the chat about?
It's pretty wild. I mean, that looked scarier, honestly, a few minutes ago. All right, we have another radar scan coming in. We'll see if we have anything here on the New Boston storm. Connor's saying it is spinning a little bit. I can't really see the spin very well, but it might be. So there's at least, I mean, it looks like more like a wall cloud now comparatively to what we saw a few minutes ago. It looked like a full-blown fake NATO. Back over on the north side of New Boston, still pretty strong velocities here. Again, we could have a tornado. If you're in New Boston, Texas, get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And into an interior room of your home or building. That's the one again near Whitesboro. Go back to them. I'm gonna look at the velocities on that one. There's no longer even a warning on the one that's there. Just for reference. There's not even a warning. Oh, I mean, it's not a tornado. It's just a very ragged wall cloud, and that's really about it. But
Oh, shoot, you're right. It's shriveling, isn't it?
this is the weirdest.
I
This is the
agree.
weirdest, like,
Connor's hair's
scary-looking
starting to
cloud
turn
thing I've
red.
ever seen.
No, it is not. It's not starting to turn red.
The ginger storm chasers here.
The ginger stormfisher squad. My hair is not turning red, guys.
That thing is just
Come on,
disappearing now. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, this is the tornado warning back over near New Boston, Texas, near Interstate 30. Going towards Hooks and Interstate 30. Again, still a... Let's see if they confirmed it. Nope. All right, so it's still radar indicated rotation. So nothing confirmed on this, but still pretty strong rotation. Embedded in a lot of rain, so it's a rain-wrapped area. If we do have a tornado, it is rain-wrapped. So yeah, it's moving southeast. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter near New Boston, Texas, and Hooks, Texas. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Look at that thing. It's gone. It's almost gone now. I mean, that's pretty unbelievable.
The ditch was such an amazing
Dig it
spot for the
deeper.
car. Hey, Lady
That
J,
thing shriveled so
if they're
fast.
roasting me, you don't have to delete that. I can take that. It's content for me. It's okay. If they're...
So that's gone. It's the Timo version of a tornado is now gone on that storm. If you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning. That storm's not the same one. Again, that's just a different storm. This is the tornado warning that's back over near New Boston, Texas. In Hooks. Pretty strong area of rotation still. Approaching Interstate 30. If we have a tornado, it possibly could even be strong with these sorts of velocities. That thing disappeared faster than Houdini. I mean, that thing was crazy. Thing went, I mean, there's nothing even there anymore. Look at the bottom right of your screen. That thing's gone. That was really crazy. Meanwhile, we have strong rotation near New Boston. That is really strong rotation. No CC drop, but this could be a strong. I mean, this, if there's a tornado here, it could be strong. And it is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Pretty dangerous storm if it is on the ground. It'll be going right towards New Boston. Thank you, by the way, Countless for becoming a maximum velocity member. And if you're just tuning in, this is the storm near New Boston. Not seeing anything confirmed in terms of a tornado, but it very possibly could be on the ground here. So if you're in New Boston, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I just got sent a photo from somebody in North Texas. They're wondering what this is. And that's what we're just looking at. This is like the most massive, scary looking cloud I think I've ever seen. Really crazy stuff. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. If we have a tornado... Oh, whoa! This could just go tornado emergency? This is a tornado emergency for New Boston and Hooks, Texas. This is a confirmed tornado. Whoa. Or is this... Or is it just PDF? No, this is a tornado emergency. This rotation, wow.
This is an emergency alert.
I don't have the audio right.
Emergency warning has been issued.
The audio is going through my speakers, but this is now officially a tornado emergency in New Boston. If you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. This is a large and strong tornado. I thought that rotation was really strong here. Large and strong tornado near New Boston and Hooks. You need to run to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Wow, that just took a major turn. We were just talking about how there was a tornado emergency here a couple years ago. That is unbelievable. This is a large and strong tornado that is completely rain-wrapped now near New Boston. You need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you're in this warning. Again, this is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. It is a possibly catastrophic tornado right now that is heading towards New Boston and Hooks in northeast Texas. Just to the west are Texarkana. So you need to seek shelter.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
Is this confirmed by weather spotters? Or is this radar confirmed? This is confirmed by weather spotters. So this is a catastrophic tornado that is in progress right now in New Boston, Texas. So this could be a intense and or violent tornado that is moving towards New Boston and Hooks. And that tornado will be right about here. It's near Interstate 30. It's approaching Hooks. Let me see if I can give you some callouts on where this will be heading towards. You know, we're kind of far away from this storm on the radar site, so it's a little bit funky, but... I'm trying to give you an idea of where this is going. So this will be approaching the Walmart Supercenter in New Boston with this catastrophic tornado. It's near the Texan Motel, and it'll be going towards the Fresh Start Tank Wash and Oak Grove Country Club in Whaley. So kind of going in this direction here. That's where it'll be going towards. But again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado emergency. It's the highest level warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. If you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. You need to try to get a mattress off the bed if you have some time, like over in Hooks, for example. If you have a helmet, have that on you. Get into the bathroom, get into a storm shelter, the basement, the closet, whatever it might be. But again, this is a tornado emergency. It's the highest level warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. And this is confirmed by weather spotters as a large and strong tornado. I'm trying to see if we have any sort of view on this. But this is reportedly a huge tornado. We'll have another velocity signature scan at least in a moment. This is what it looked like a moment ago, by the way. On the north side of New Boston. The one other part of this that's really dangerous is that this is a completely rain-wrapped tornado. So that's a big problem here. It's fairly rain-wrapped, and if people driving along Interstate 30 don't know about this, they could be driving into a huge tornado. So if you know any friends or family near New Boston or Hooks, if you know any friends that are traveling perhaps or family right along Interstate 30, give them a call or text and make sure that they are well aware of this. Because this is, again, a tornado emergency, the highest level warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. Those velocities are really strong. This tornado, again, will be right on the north side of Interstate 30 and near New Boston, going towards Hooks. Looks like the worst of this tornado is probably avoiding the immediate New Boston area. So this will be going towards Red Bank, Texas. It's going towards Hooks right now, going to be going towards the Sunshine Travel Plaza. If this does stay on the ground for that long, which it very possibly could if it's an intense tornado as advertised. Hooks Elementary School will be in the track of this. Victory City will be in the track of this. The Sully Farm and Kitchen will also be in the track of this. Again, I'm just giving you call-outs on where this tornado is heading right now, because this is the area that's probably going to be in the immediate track of this, unless it changes directions again and goes down to the south. Right now, it's traveling a bit more eastbound. It'll eventually be going in the direction of Texarkana as well. This is near the Red Bank Baptist Church as well. And we don't have any debris signature on radar, but this is again confirmed by weather spotters near Hooks in New Boston. Completely rain-wrapped. This is on track to go towards the... let me pull back up here. This is going to be going towards, again, the Hooks Elementary School, which hopefully that is avoided, but it's going in that direction. It is 7:21 p.m., by the way, so, again, kids are probably not in school right now, but it will be going in that direction. Near the Clean Vac environmental area as well. I don't see a debris signature either, but, again, we are pretty far away from the radar site. We are also in an area where there might not be a whole lot being picked up by this tornado, because look at the roadways here. There's only a few. There's a lot more buildings and homes back over near Whaley and Hooks. So again, this is a catastrophic tornado according to the National Weather Service here, and as well as to a storm spotter that confirmed this tornado that is possibly large, intense, could be producing catastrophic damage right now. And this tornado is now moving this direction. Gonna be just north of Red Lick and north of Hooks. It's actually now kind of taking a U-turn here. This is kind of crazy, because if this does take that sort of turn to the northeast, it will avoid a lot of the populated areas here along Interstate 30. So let's hope that happens. It's been kind of going a bit more north, kind of more east over the last few minutes and northeast. So it's been kind of turning a little bit. But this large and strong tornado is most likely just north of Interstate 30. Completely rain-wrapped. Just to the northwest of Hooks. This is an urgent situation. If you know any friends or family in New Boston or Hooks, make sure that they're getting underground or getting to the lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find sturdy structure. Again, this will now probably, more than likely, this is going to be going towards Burns and Barkman. It could go further south for the record, but if this tornado goes on the path it's going, which it could change directions, it would be going towards areas like Burns and Smith Hill. That will be going towards the Cornelius Farm, Caroleo Ranch, the Ramage Farm Weddings area in Smith Hill near Cranfell Lake, with this potentially intense tornado, catastrophic tornado moving in that direction. Pecan Bend Road is also going to be hit by this in just about a minute, possibly sooner. This is a very dangerous storm right now. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. And this warning does expire in 6 minutes, so they'll probably end up issuing a new warning here in a moment. Let me go to this screen. Let me, yeah, we still have a tornado emergency. If you're just tuning in again, this is a tornado emergency north of New Boston in Texas. And it's going to be going towards Hooks with a large and possibly catastrophic tornado that's currently in progress. Again, this is confirmed by weather spotters in the area. I have not seen any sort of photo of this or anything like that. Doesn't mean we don't have anything. I just have not seen anything regarding this storm as of right now. This could be producing really significant damage, though, just to the north of Interstate 30. It's a very rural area between Highway 8 and Burns and Smith Hill, and even then, it's still pretty rural. Looks like a lot of just farmland and perhaps just, maybe a few homes there, but according to the velocities, if this is indeed a large and strong tornado, it's a pretty sizable tornado. And we now have a PDS tornado warning to go on top of this. So this is a brand new PDS tornado warning for Red Lick and Hooks.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is still a large and strong tornado that's going to be near Hooks and going towards Red Lick eventually. Texarkana would be in the next area in the track of this, near Arkansas. We do have a live cam on the right side of your screen that would be covering that area. So again, if you are in this area, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a brand new PDS tornado warning. So still a particularly dangerous situation here in Northeast Texas. I don't know what's going on with my logo. I couldn't even tell you. I'm not really worried about it. But if you are in this area, you need to get in underground if you can, if you're in Red Lick or Hooks. And this has been confirmed by weather spotters as a large and strong tornado. It's now radar indicated rotation. No longer a confirmed visual of this large and strong tornado. But if it is still on the ground, it would be near Hooks. And it will eventually be moving towards Smith Hill, Barkman, and Wamba. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to take this seriously. And get to wherever your safe place is. Get underground if you can. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And into an interior room of your home or building as this does continue to move east. But this warning is still a tornado emergency as of right now. But that would be going, again, just to the north of Whaley and north of Hooks. In northeast Texas. I did not think we were going to have a tornado emergency today. And I still don't know. We still haven't seen photos of this. The hope is that this is, wasn't a tornado. I mean, the velocities match up perfectly with there being a tornado here. Very strong rotation, north of New Boston probably about 10 minutes ago. It's still there for sure. We have not had any debris signature, which is good news. So whatever this tornado's hitting, it's not producing enough damage for there to be a debris signature, or at least, into the higher levels of the atmosphere. But unfortunately, this is still impacting, if indeed there is still a huge tornado here, it would be impacting a lot of lives going towards Barkman and Smith Hill, Texas. Going to be going towards 2253 Road as well. It will eventually go towards Red Lick. But if this tornado is indeed still on the ground, it would be right in here, west of Smith Hill, And as a reminder, trying to get some call-outs on this again. This will be hitting areas like the Hooks Junior High School. So Hooks Junior High School is in the track of this. So this tornado could be hitting the Hooks Junior High School. Hopefully there's no like afternoon activities or evening activities that are happening there right now. But if that tornado would be hitting that area here in a moment. Going towards Cornelius Farm, Carolo Ranch, can't really say that. Smith Hill, Ramage Farm Weddings area near the Pecan Bend Road will all be in the track of this particular large tornado, which could be catastrophic as this continues to move east. And it looks like on the latest scan, rotation's a bit broader here, but it could still be on the ground. There could still be debris in the atmosphere. Could be some sort of debris fallout with this. So continue to stay underground. Take shelter if you've not already. If you're in Red Lick or Victory City here in Northeast Texas, this will eventually go towards Texarkana as well.
A new tornado warning.
We also have another
issued.
tornado warning in Mississippi, by the way. Just for the record. So as of right now, if this tornado does continue, it's going to be going right towards Red Lick, and it'll eventually go towards the north side of Texarkana. If it remains in a direct line to the east, which again, tornadoes change directions all the time. It would be going in this general direction, though. If you kind of cone it out, it'd be kind of in this area here that we'd be watching for a long-term track of this. So Red Lick, Nash, Texarkana, all in the track of this here in Northeast Texas. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. All right, this has been downgraded back to a normal PDS, or at least that's the warning now. The tornado emergency has expired. We do still have a PDS tornado, though, for those in Hooks and Red Lick near New Boston. This is still a particularly dangerous situation, so still a large and dangerous tornado is on the ground, moving towards Red Lick, Texas, Red Bank, and as well as Hooks. This is near Interstate 30. About 12,000 people are currently in the track of this particular tornado. So if you know any friends or family in this area, maybe traveling, maybe in this particular warning, make sure that they are getting to their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in a mobile home, you got to find alternate shelter. Gotta get to a sturdy structure or go to a low-lying ditch. I don't have any pictures of this. Again, if you guys see anything on Twitter, at me, at MaxVelocityWX, I have not seen anything on this. I would let you know if I saw anything. I was surprised by this tornado emergency, even though the rotation was really strong, and I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter if we don't have photos. I'm just saying I don't have any visual of this. I've not seen any visual. With how strong the rotation is, I do think we had a tornado. For sure, north of New Boston. But they had a tornado emergency, I think, like 2 years ago. So that's kind of crazy. This area's been hit a couple times now. Downgrade to PDS has been happening quite a bit recently. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. This tornado, again, is completely rain-wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. Don't try to look for this. Even though we don't have visual, you should not be trying to look for this. It is a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, which might be another reason why we don't see this on radar. Or don't see this in person, from like a storm spotter or something like that. So again, if you are in Hooks or Red Lick, continue to stay in your safe place, as there is a large tornado on the ground moving in that direction. And all the other storms, by the way, in North Texas, they don't look super concerning right now. We do have a tornado warning in Mississippi again. Just a quick update here. Rotation does not look crazy, but if we have a tornado, it would be near Water Valley, moving down to the southeast towards Bruce. Sorry. All right, there we go. Let's go back to the tornado here. And if we still have a large tornado, it would be over Hooks and going towards Red Lick and eventually Texarkana, probably in about a little over half an hour. So stay vigilant if you are in Texarkana. PDS is particularly dangerous situation. That's what we still have right now here near Red Lick in northeast Texas. Tornado emergency is worse. Yeah, tornado emergency is the highest level warning that can be issued. That's when we have catastrophic tornadoes, usually violent or at least intense tornadoes. And then a PDS tornado is at least a strong tornado, but it could be worse than that still. It could be still a similar level to a tornado emergency. Still trying to see if we have any sort of confirmation of anything here. Yeah, if this is still on the ground, it's going to be right over Hooks and going towards Red Lake. It's going that direction. That's where the circled area is, where the tornado is. I'm just trying to investigate here and see if we have any sort of confirmation of anything right now. Saw this tornado emergency on Twitter. What's up with that? Honestly, I really could not tell you. Again, this was confirmed by weather spotters, and the rotation was very strong on radar. So definitely possible that we had a tornado, possibly even large. We could still have one, but the rotation does look, at least appears, a bit broader on radar. If there is a tornado, it would be, again, presumably right here near 560 on the north side of Hooks. And we'll be going towards Victory City and Red Lick. So those will be the areas in the track of this as this does continue to move to the east. It is still a PDS tornado, though, as of right now. It is back down to radar indicated, excuse me, radar indicated PDS. So it was initially an observed tornado emergency, but it is, as of right now, a particularly dangerous situation. Moving towards Red Lick and Wamba. And also, for those that keep asking, we've not seen a debris signature. So, no debris signature to this extent. But I do want to remind you, we are really far away from the closest radar site. I mean, just for perspective, we would need a tornado that's lifting debris well over 10,000 feet up into the atmosphere from over 75 miles away for there to be a debris signature. The tornado that we had in Greenfield, Iowa, for reference, that was, I think, over 20,000 feet. It was over 20,000 feet. I think it was near like 30,000 feet. So it had a significant debris signature, but granted, the Greenfield tornado was in a very popular, it was in a somewhat populated area. There was a lot more stuff there. This area, there's a few roads where the tornado was, near Highway 8 to Burns. And so, you know, this area in particular, there's really not much there. If this went through New Boston, we would have probably seen a pretty substantial debris signature, as long as everything verifies with this actually being a large and strong tornado. But this tornado, if it is still on the ground, would be approaching Red Lick near Interstate 30. And eventually going towards Texarkana. Was it 40,000 feet? I remember being at least 20,000 feet. I don't know if it was more than that. It might have been. Here's the latest velocity scan. Looks a lot broader on the latest scan, but we do have some range folding here, so it's not super clear. But it does look, at least as of right now, a little bit broader when it comes to rotation near Hooks. Still a PDS tornado, though, so just continue to stay in your safe place. It is a rain-wrapped tornado, for the record. So if there's still a tornado, it's going to be rain-wrapped going towards Red Lick. And this is now all the way back down to a radar-indicated tornado. Range folding sucks, I know. It is a pretty annoying issue. So, this is done all the way down back to radar indicated. The rotation on radar looks much broader. Again, just gonna be honest with you, I don't know. I really don't. I know a lot of you guys have questions about, is there a debris signature? Is there a photo of this? I have not seen anything. All right. If I see anything, I will let you know. it kind of shocked me, but again, the rotation was pretty strong on radar, so I'm not doubting there was a tornado. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't really know a whole lot about this particular storm. We didn't have a debris signature at all on radar, which doesn't always happen with tornadoes this far away. But the rotation back when it was north of New Boston was pretty intense. So I do think there was probably at least some tornado here. It just, again, we don't really have any sort of report on this as of right now. And the tornado, when it went through the north side of New Boston, it's a very rural area here. Just for the record, there's really not much there. New Boston, there's a lot more buildings. You can see it right there. A lot of places in New Boston. This area where that large and strong tornado was, the catastrophic tornado, that's at least what the National Weather Service is saying, was near Highway 8. And eventually went towards the north side of Whaley. But again, very rural areas here. The good news is that, you know, this tornado did not hopefully hit too many areas. Because it was north of Interstate 30, which north of Interstate 30 here in Northeast Texas, there's very minimal roadways there to begin with. So, but yeah, really crazy. If you guys do see any reports about this on Facebook, on Twitter, at me, at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay some information there. But this tornado warning at least does continue here for Red Lick and Hooks in Texas. Thank you, Sal, for becoming a member. And thank you to anybody else that became a member or super chatted during that crazy time period. Let me see if we have anything else. I see, so the last tornado emergency that we had in New Boston was November 4th of 2022. That is not the same tornado. People are adding me in old stuff that is literally 2 years old. So don't add me in stuff that's that old, because that's not the tornado that just happened. You know, the other thing to keep in mind is that this was a completely rain-wrapped tornado. So, you know, having a visual of it would have been difficult to begin with. And Interstate 30 cameras would have not helped, because this tornado stayed north of Interstate 30. So it wouldn't have really mattered. Do have a live cam in Texarkana on the right side of your screen. I mean, we'll see if we see anything once this approaches, but we'll see. What a weird storm. What a weird escalation. I mean, for those that have been here for a while, we were talking about, not, I think like an hour ago before this happened, I think we were talking about how New Boston had that tornado emergency like 2 years ago. Like I alluded to it. I didn't think we would have one today. I really did not think we'd have a single one anywhere in the country today. I cannot believe we had one. It's pretty insane. My jinxing has got to stop. We need to put a lock on the jinxing, because I've jinxed so many things recently. It's unbelievable. Thank you, Alan, for the $5 super chat. Nothing at Hooks. I don't know. The rotation is kind of gone at this point. It looks like mostly wind now. So this tornado warning might just be canceled entirely, but just stay in your safe place just in case if you're in the pink polygon. Hey, Mafia, for the $5 super chat. My cousin lives in that area, and I was able to warn her because of your stream. She said it was hailing really bad, but she had no idea it was coming. Well, I'm glad I can help. I remember watching that 2022 tornado happen in New Boston. Hopefully this was not a repeat of anything like that. Again, we haven't had anything confirmed on this yet, but gives you an idea of how quick things can change on a dime. Just an update on the storms in North Texas. They are kind of dying out at this point. Looks like the majority of the severe weather threat is kind of diminishing. Do still have a strong storm, or at least a severe storm near Gun Barrel City. The other tornado warning is back over in Mississippi near Water Valley. Again, I'm not sure about this one. The rotation's also broad on that. But if you're in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place just in case. There is a bit of a hook on that storm, but the rotation does not look overly impressive to me. But that'll be continuing to move down to the south and east. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage today, tomorrow, and Sunday. It's been a pretty crazy week, and another tornado emergency this month. I think that's like the 6th or 7th tornado emergency that we've had this month, which is insane. Was it a false tornado emergency? I don't know. I really don't know. I have not seen anything that can confirm this. I also don't see anything that can deny this. So at this point, we don't know. If you know any friends or family on the north side of New Boston, near like Hooks or anything like that, just make sure they're okay, just in case something did happen here. But I mean, the rotation was strong enough to the point where there could have been a tornado. I'm definitely saying that. We don't know if there was actually one or not. There have been false reports in the past. It's not something that's uncommon. I'm not sure to this degree what happened. I'm just trying to see if we have any other reports on this right now. I'm not seeing any of those as of right now. Somebody added me on Twitter of a photo from 2022 that is not the tornado that we're talking about. Do not check the date whenever you're looking at photos, because that's very old. It's a very old photo. That's from well, not very old, but it's from 2022 when we had the tornado emergency in New Boston. That was a different one. It's not the same thing. My local news said nothing about it. That's interesting. Yeah, I know there's 2 virtual rail fans in Texarkana. The other one does look worse, but I think it has more exposure to it. I'm not really seeing any rotation on this anymore. If there is, it's relatively broad to the southwest of Red Lick, Texas. But just stay vigilant if you're in Texarkana, just in case this does do anything near you. You're at least going to have some hail and wind, but you also might see something with a tornado here. Well, the Texarkana PD is not going to be aware of the New Boston tornado because they are not over there, so that's not going to help. It's not really any sort of report. I'm still trying to see if we have anything on this. Again, I'll keep posted if we get any sort of confirmation of damage or anything. But if you do know anybody in New Boston or Hooks, Texas, just make sure they're okay, because there was a tornado emergency here. And again, that's the highest level warning that you can get. I'm guessing there was at least a couple reports of this or something, because you usually don't get a tornado emergency like that right off the bat, unless we are 100% certain there's a large and strong tornado. I'm gonna see if we have anything on Facebook. I'm just checking different platforms to see if we have anything on this. The rotation again does not look super concerning right now. It's still broad. All right, so just a couple of reports from a Facebook group. Somebody said I'm driving on Highway 8. As of right now, I'm not seeing any damage. Another person said I'm on the east end of DeKalb near Spring Market. I'm not seeing any damage here. I think that's more in the downtown area of New Boston, and this tornado probably happened on the north side of the town. So as of now, not seeing anything. All right, I'm trying to go through some of the reports here. By the way, I do not issue these warnings. For some reason, somebody mentioned me on Facebook and they think I issued the warning. This is the National Weather Service. I do not issue warnings. I'm just relaying the information. I did not issue this tornado emergency. Yeah, I still don't see any reports as of right now. Let's just hope that was a dud. The area of rotation south of Red Lake, again, still broad as of right now. Let's go back to Mississippi real quick on the other tornado warning near Water Valley. This rotation still relatively broad and might have something there as it moves southeast. But nothing confirmed as of right now on this area. Again, there have been fake reports of tornadoes before. This could have been that. I don't really know, though. I'm not going to say it was because I don't know. I don't think any of us really know at this point. I mean, I really hope it was, because this could have really impacted a lot of people if there was an actual tornado. I feel like there was at least some sort of tornado, but I don't know. Two fake NATOs. Well, the other one that we saw back well, actually, that actually might not be wrong, honestly. You know, the wall cloud that we saw earlier on Connor's feed, that might have been something that happened there too. Maybe that was confused for a tornado. I don't know. I don't feel like that would have been tornado emergency warning, though, but I could be wrong. But again, for the record, I've not seen anything, at least as of right now, that's been confirmed. We do have a storm, by the way, that's near Dawson, Texas, that appears as if there's a hook on this one now. It's near Hillsboro. We have some organization here. Looks predominantly like a wind threat, but there's a hook there. Might produce at least a brief tornado threat. If you guys do see anything on Twitter about this, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything confirmed. Still a broad area of circulation, though, that'll be heading towards the west side of Texarkana, Arkansas. Right along the border of Texas and Arkansas. Yeah, don't send me 2022 photos. It's not going to do anything for anybody. They may end up issuing a new tornado warning for this broad area of circulation, but we'll see. They do. It'd be on the west side of Texarkana. No damage in Hooks. Grandparents live there. I live in Nash. Thank you for the report. Yeah, hopefully there's no damage. I'm still looking at reports, so if you see me looking up, that's why. Again, I don't see anything that looks imminent on radar, so I'm just trying to filter through some reports here. By the sounds of it, so far I've not seen anything confirmed with damage. Hey, by the way, Eric, for the very generous $20 super chat, I do appreciate that. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now. I'll keep you posted if we see anything. We still got an area of rotation west of Texarkana. This is about to be moving out of the warning, so we'll see if they issue a new one. Yeah, it looks relatively broad to me, but they might issue a new warning. Let's go back to the one in Mississippi again real quick. This is the one near Water Valley. Again, still a broad area of circulation right now, moving down to the south-southeast, going to be going towards Bruce and Pittsboro. If you're in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But it does appear as if this tornado warning will probably be let to expire near Texarkana and Nash. Thank you, Hugh. Trees and power lines down near Highway 8 in New Boston. You see anything confirming that? Let me know on via Twitter or Facebook or whatever it might be at Max Velocity WX. First responder here. Very little damage in New Boston, Texas, according to Jack Abston on Twitter. Can't really verify, but I'm just letting you know. At least that's one report. Which National Weather Service office is this? I'm curious. This is Shreveport, right? That's Shreveport, okay. See if they've said anything about it either. Got a tree down. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by trees being down no matter what. Tornado or not, there are probably going to be some trees down just purely due to the fact of the, you know, the winds that were with that. The velocities were pretty high. But it looks like we still have some rotation here on the west side of Texarkana, so we might still get something out of this. We'll be watching it closely. That rotation's leaving the tornado warning, so the warning expires in 5 minutes. Thank you, Gary, for the 5 gifted members. I do appreciate it. If you got a membership, make sure to thank Gary. Yeah, still nothing confirmed on this. Thank you, Hugh, for the 1 gifted member. But unwarned, this is kind of an unwarned area of rotation now. It's still broad, but still some rotation there moving towards the Texarkana area. And the one... Okay, well, now it's warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So a new tornado warning for Texarkana, Arkansas. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. There is definitely some rotation still here on radar. And this will be moving east, going towards the Texarkana area. Moving towards Interstate 49. Still not confirmed. It's a broad area of circulation, but it could still produce a tornado. Do have a bit of an inflow on this storm as well. It's hard to really get all this on a radar site this far away, but there's definitely some rotation still here. Includes Texarkana, Texas, Arkansas, and as well as Wake Village, Texas, are all included in this. So continue to get to that safe place, get underground, get to your storm shelter, your basement, closet, or bathroom, whatever it might be. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as this will be moving into Texarkana here pretty soon. We do have a live cam in Texarkana, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. We have a couple, actually. We have the virtual railfan cameras, which are on the right side of your screen. But we have 2 different live views of this. I'm going to go ahead and change that top camera to Texarkana from the other POV, so you get a better idea of what's happening here. We're not even covering Illinois, but there are 2 different cameras in the same area here. So we'll see if we can see anything. And I will also make them full screen if we do actually get a view of anything here. Actually, we can probably do that right now. Let's just go ahead and show you real quick. This is the virtual railfan again in Texarkana. It's a live shot. Again, pretty ominous skies, got a lot of lightning. We might see something as this gets closer. Granted, again, the rotation is going to be pretty close to Texarkana here in just a couple of minutes. So we are kind of watching to see if we can see anything maybe moving in. There is still some daylight out here, so if there's a tornado, we might be able to see it as this does continue to move east into Texarkana. Still have some rotation, though. This is your circulation, again, near Wake Village. That's your circulation right here, moving right into the Texarkana area. So if we do get a tornado, again, it would be moving right into Texarkana. So, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter. If you're just tuning in, Texarkana, Texas, and Arkansas, seek shelter, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows as this continues to move east. And thank you, Ladder, as well as Bucket and Apex for all becoming members. And thank you, Lydia, for the $5 super chat. Let me check Twitter and see if we have any more reports on this other storm, too. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, still a broad area of circulation right now heading into Texarkana. Even though it's broad, it could intensify. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Also, the storm that's southeast of Hillsborough is actually coming together right now a little bit more. There's a little more rotation there going towards Hubbard and Dawson. So might have to watch that closely. Nothing confirmed on that, but that rotation's coming together a bit more. We also have baseball-sized hail in Mississippi. This rotation's been pretty broad on this tornado warning, but continue to stay in your safe place just in case. But honestly, I think the most concerning storms right now are probably the one that's back over near Hillsborough, Texas, and then the one here near Texarkana, when it comes to a tornado risk, at least. But right now, this is impacting the most people. So if there's a tornado, again, it'll be moving into Texarkana over the next couple of minutes. Yeah, there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this particular storm. We got a lot of lightning strikes here popping up on radar, too. But yeah, pull up the live view here in Texarkana. See if we can see anything. I'm not sure if we will. This is the virtual rail fan again out of Texarkana, Arkansas. Not sure if we're going to see much here. But this is a live shot here. Whoa! That was a CG. Jeez, that was close. That was close to this camera. You missed it. It was on the left side of your screen. That was a close strike. That circulation over Texarkana is becoming broader. Again, if we had a tornado, it would be in here near Interstate 369. More towards South Texarkana. Rondo and Lakewood Estates would also be in the track of it. And there's still at least some circulation here near Malone and Penelope, Texas. So we're still watching this area in case something happens. I would say there's a possibility at least for maybe an isolated tornado with that particular storm. CG is cloud to ground lightning. Yeah, people are saying it in chat. But yeah, CG is cloud to ground lightning. And if you guys do see anything about the new Boston tornado that may have just happened, at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. See if I can try to verify anything on that storm from earlier. Thank you, Rhea, for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Yeah. According to a first responder that mentioned me on Twitter, I'm not 100% sure if it's true, but they did say that there's very minimal damage there near the New Boston area. But yeah, that's the only report I've gotten so far. Also, the Storm Prediction Center just came out with a new outlook for tonight. The enhanced risk is gone. There is still a slight risk, and we'll get to that here in just a second once it all loads in. But there's a new SPC outlook for tonight. And here's that new outlook, just a general overview. Again, large slight risk still in play, and then a couple of marginal threats as well, where the severe weather threat is winding down. We'll go over the probabilities and see if the tornado risk has changed or anything like that at all in just a moment. But the rotation, again, right over Texarkana, still on the broader side of things. Going to be going towards Lakewood Estates and the South Texarkana area. N7, I know. We use traffic cameras pretty often. But this is on the border of Arkansas and Texas. For some reason, the Arkansas cameras have not been working on their website. I'm not sure why. Here's the risk for severe weather tonight. So again, 2% tornado risk for a very large area from Texas back into southern Illinois. The wind and hail risk still remain in play. We got a large hail risk for Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi, and large chunk there of north and central Texas. And the wind threat still kind of in play. Still have a small 2% tornado risk in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. I'm not honestly sure why. I mean, I guess we can maybe get a brief tornado at one of these storms, but probably a pretty low risk up there. And this is an update on the tornado warning in Mississippi. Again, baseball-sized hail, the main concern with this. I don't think this is going to produce, but just stay in your safe place just in case as that moves south. In case we're missing something on radar, which is possible. We may have missed something on the Texarkana storm, but I really don't know. Still haven't had anything confirmed on the new Boston tornado, so I'm not sure if anything really happened there. This is the virtual rail fan in Texarkana. This is a live shot. Oh, okay. They are turning the camera to face the storm more. So we'll see if we end up seeing anything when it comes to the potential for a tornado. Camera is moving around here, right in Texarkana. On the virtual rail fan, which are also on the right side of your screen. This is the other perspective as well. This one I think is looking north, but there's a lot of lightning for sure here. So keep a close eye on that in case anything does pop up on the storm here near Texarkana. Yeah, the virtual rail fan's looking towards that rotation. Actually, you can see it, I think, better now. I think it's a little hard to tell, but I think this right here would be where we're looking. Yeah, these are the clouds. So we got some sort of rotation, I think, right in here, possibly. Or maybe over in here. Actually, probably more in here more than anything. Is my guess. Far left. Yeah, this looks like the area of circulation. It's a little bit hard to tell since it's nighttime, but that's what we'd be looking at. Right over Texarkana. I'm not seeing a whole lot. It looks a little bit scuddy. So get on the virtual rail fan in Texarkana. You wanna know what the camera's censoring? I think that's just a bright light. I could be wrong. Maybe it's playing with the camera. I don't know. Oh, we're zooming in. Is this maybe what we're talking about? The wind's picking up here. You can see the wind. Look at the trees. You can see the wind going this way. Texarkana. Is that maybe something? It's hard to tell. Again, I don't really know where this camera exactly is, but that might be something right there. That might be like a funnel. It's difficult to tell, though. Maybe a wall club, possibly even a funnel. Looks like a lot of... It looks like... From what I'm seeing, it looks like rising motion and scud. That's kind of what it looks more like. Maybe a wall cloud developing. Downtown Texarkana? Okay. So this is right in the downtown area. You can see the wind picking up, though. Look at the wind on the trees. It's hard to see, but those trees right there, the wind picking up on these. So the wind's picking up. That right there would be, presumably, where we might have a lowering. And this is on the virtual rail fan here in Texarkana, Arkansas. Just kind of looks more scuddy to me. Even though it's nighttime, might be hard to tell. It looks a little bit more like scud cloud right here. But, I mean, you can definitely see the winds picking up here. There's definitely some damaging wind potential with this, and, you know, maybe even a brief tornado or something like that. And this is the storm that we're talking about, right over Texarkana. So that area of circulation would be right about here. It'd be basically right over downtown right now, which is what we're looking at, I think, right now. Let's go back to the live cam. Still have a pretty good view of this. That's what we'd be looking at right there. Just looks like scud to me. It's kind of gone away now. Well, I'll go back to it if we see anything. Again, it's on my top monitor, so if anything happens, we'll go back to it. It's also on the right side of your screen, for the record. We have it in 2 places. Tornado warning's been updated. It still does include Texarkana. Again, still radar indicated rotation. For Lakewood Estates, Rondo, west of Genoa, near Texarkana. Okay. Can I please full screen this? You can see the wind picking up here. This, whatever this is, just went flying. Can't tell what that is. You can tell the wind's really picking up now. You can see the tree swaying. A little bit hard to tell, but that tree right there is swaying. Kind of looking up in here maybe for something. It just, again, doesn't look like anything's imminent, but we definitely have a lot of scuddy clouds here. Texarkana. Trash can lid? Was that what that was? You can see the wind really picking up now here in downtown Texarkana. See the water kind of all drifting here along the roadway. Now we're looking into the sun. No, it's not the sun. The sun's not out anymore. Yeah, the rain is obviously blowing, and it's definitely windy here. Nothing definitive when it comes to a tornado, but definitely windy, that's for sure. It's a sun-nado. Here you go. I'm not controlling this camera. It's somebody else. Which I could be wrong, but the person controlling it, I think, might be watching my stream. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, that rotation still looks relatively broad. And again, it will be moving towards Lakewood Estates, Dooley, and Genoa. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label. So we'll see if they continue this tornado warning all the way through. Kind of have my doubts here, but you never know. Still relatively windy. Right side of your screen is still that live camera, just for the record. Again, that right there will be your rotation. Still broad, but they're moving east, going towards Lakewood Estates next. Cameraman, blink twice if you're here. Today is Flying Fences Friday, and we had a tossing trampoline 18 minutes into today's stream. Thanks, Shelby, for the $4.99. I'm not sure if I can actually show that camera, but I do appreciate the super chat. There are certain cameras that I cannot show because of copyright. Dun dun dun. Here's the latest radar scan. Still looks like relatively broad rotation here. Going towards Lakewood Estates right now. Yeah, if you're in this morning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Did I see the tornado warning in Fargo, North Dakota? I did. Yeah, again, I don't go live for every tornado, even if there is a tornado warning. I saw the one that happened though back up there. It was a land spout, I think. That was confirmed there. I mean, I almost didn't go. I almost didn't go live for the North Carolina tornado, and I kind of did. You know, honestly, if I would have probably not gone live at all if I didn't go live for the North Carolina one. Unless, I mean, I would have probably gone live for the tornado emergency, but... Or maybe, actually, I would have probably started the live stream when the tornado warning happened up here if it wasn't for that tornado in North Carolina. So, I barely went live just for that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. I really think this is more of just a hail and windstorm at this point. I think the tornado risk here is kind of low. Not zero, but it's low, I think, as this continues to track eastbound. The tornado warning in Mississippi has now expired. So this is our only tornado warning now. Let's hope this is the last. All right, looks like this storm that was rotating at one point has kind of mainly become a hail and wind threat. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning northeast or north of Springfield now. That is also for damaging winds and hail. Relatively low tornado risk with any storms at this point. I think the tornado risk is going to stay low. With that said, this storm over here that is near Marble City looks like that might be starting to rotate. So that's great. That's moving east-southeast, going to be going towards Marble City here in Oklahoma. So stay vigilant. It's 70-mile-per-hour winds, and there's a threat for golf ball-sized hail there. No tornado possible label, but again, that doesn't mean we won't see a tornado. There's at least something there, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. Thank you, Vincent, for the $4.99. There was a tornado 74 miles west of that tornado. What? What, North Dakota? That's actually kind of crazy. We have literally no updates right now on the tornado emergency in New Boston. Man, I don't know anything right now about the New Boston tornado. I've had a couple of whispers about stuff, but like... It was a tornado emergency. Just for those that are wondering, not this, but earlier, it was a tornado emergency. It was not a fake... I mean, it might have not been a tornado, but there was a tornado emergency warning that was issued. Again, I don't know anything right now about that. I have seen some rumblings. That's about it. If you guys see any information about it, you can feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. But at this point, I really could not tell you. Thank you to Gabriel for the $10 super chat. I'm in Springfield, Missouri. Has a beautiful structure and a light show. Yeah, these storms are definitely in an environment with how discreet they are that they will have some pretty cool storm structure. We saw that earlier too. So it's definitely a lot of cool storm structure. Thank you, Amanda, for becoming a minimum velocity member. If you are new to the stream, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well if you're new to the channel.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, I kind of thought this might get warned. New tornado warning now in Oklahoma. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. This thing's been wrapping up a bit, so this could definitely produce a tornado. It's on track to go towards Fort Smith. So if you are in Fort Smith, you need to seek, or you need to be weather aware. You don't have to seek shelter. But if you're in Fort Smith, you need to stay weather aware. This storm is going to be heading in your direction here pretty soon. Just get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. The timing on these warnings is quite literally unbelievable. This is for Sally Saw, the Muldrow area, and the Vion, Oklahoma areas. So pretty definitive hook echo on radar. This definitely could produce a tornado as it moves east-southeast, eventually going towards Fort Smith. And here's the latest velocity scan. It should be coming in here in just a second. Give it one moment to update. Thank you, by the way, Frank, for the $30 super chat. I really do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. This is the latest scan. So still an area of circulation right here approaching Marble City, Oklahoma. And that's moving right now east-southeast. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay weather aware as this moves east-southeast. It could still drop a tornado. It is a brand new area of circulation that we're watching here. That is definitely capable of a tornado risk. Also, the tornado warning in Texarkana has been updated. It only includes Arkansas now, no longer in Texas. It's a broad area of circulation, and that storm, honestly, is kind of dying out. So it looks like this one's kind of winding down, as that does continue to move east. But really, our next concern will be this discrete cell that's back over just to the northwest of Fort Smith. It is, again, going towards Marble City, Sally Saw, Muldrow, and Gans. So if you're in any of those areas, just stay weather aware, get to your safe place just in case this does drop a tornado. Again, it's been trying to intensify. There's definitely a hook on this, so it definitely could drop a tornado as it moves east and southeast. Trying to see if we have any cameras as well. We have one camera in this area, just one. And that'll be near Fort Smith. So if we see anything, I'll let you know. It's looking at the ground. So fantastic. As this if this storm does produce anything, we might have a view of something. You never know. Thank you, Paul, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the velocities. Are any chasers even out tonight? There's definitely chasers. There's always chasers now. There are chasers everywhere. There are definitely chasers out there somewhere. With that said, I don't know of any that are in this area. All right, we have a new radar scan coming in. No debris signature. Velocity should be right about where that black circle is. So just to the east now of Highway 82. Approaching Marble City. North of Interstate 40 and just to the northwest of Sally Saw, Oklahoma. And that has occluded. Wow. That occluded really fast. So for the time being, very broad area of circulation all of a sudden. So we'll see if that continues or not. We're about to have a storm merger here, so we'll see if anything happens there. But there's about to be a double storm merger here, which might make things a bit more interesting. tornado warning in Arkansas expires in 7 minutes. But we could have a double storm merger here, so we'll see. Hey, Gerald, for the $10 super chat, and I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Sally Saw is cracking me up. Is that not how you pronounce it? It sounds like, I mean, Sally Saw, it sounds like a good name. Is it like Soleil Saw or something like that? Salsa? You bucket for becoming a member. Salissaw? Salisaw? It sounds like salsa to me. I mean, guys, Sally Saw is the only one that makes sense. There's no way it's called Salisaw. I'm calling it Sally Saw. I don't really care. It sounds better. Or salsa. Either way, the latest radar scan, again, still showing some broad circulation as this moves east-southeast. And it'll, again, be going towards Fort Smith eventually. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I have another velocity scan coming in as we speak. Oh yeah, the HRRR model run for tomorrow, I think, just came out. Or it's coming out right now. It'd be interesting to see what that looks like. I'm out here trying to sound it out. Wow. The latest HRRR model run wants us to have a high risk for tomorrow. I'll show you guys in a second. Here's the latest radar scan. It looks like now it's a wind threat for now. They might end up canceling this tornado warning and then possibly reissuing it if there's a successful storm merger. Right now it looks more like a damaging wind threat as this moves down to the southeast. So tomorrow's risk, again, probably going to be a pretty significant risk. The HRRR model literally wants us to have a high risk. I mean, like, look at this thing. Tomorrow. It just explodes thunderstorms. Anything in this environment that can stay discrete will produce a significant tornado threat. Now, this looks a bit more clustered, but still. Wow. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a pretty big day. If storms do end up developing as forecasted, it is going to be a big day tomorrow. Thank you, Earl, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's going to be a busy next couple of days for sure. What time are they saying tomorrow? Tomorrow would be anywhere from like 5 until probably like 11 or 12. We could be live for upwards of 8 to 10 hours tomorrow, depending on how things go. But storms would initiate right around 5 to 6, and then they would go from there. Latest velocity scan doesn't really show much rotation anymore. It looks like more of a wind threat. But just keep staying in your safe place if you're in this area, near the Muldrow area, Marble City, and Sally Saw in eastern Oklahoma. Don't know really much about Sunday yet. Again, at least on the HRRR, you can't really see anything for Sunday. Again, I'll talk more about Sunday, though, in the forecast that I'll have later tonight. Or tomorrow, sorry. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a forecast, and it'll break down everything that you need to know about Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Jeffrey, for the $5 super chat. Springfield will be fine. It will be fine. The tornado warning that is currently including the east side of Texarkana does officially expire in 2 minutes. This will be let to expire. This storm is definitely weakening out. We got a bunch of storms firing off southeast of Dallas, Fort Worth, but the majority of these are just hail and wind events. And maybe an isolated brief tornado, but that threat should be going down overall. We do have storms also just to the southwest of Little Rock. And then we also have the storm that is again going towards Fort Smith. That's the one that is currently tornado warned. Max is going to get a ton of emails from people from Sally Saw. I've gotten angry emails before. I've gotten them. I don't really care. Tucker, why? I mean, the stream shouldn't be hopefully too much longer. Velocity should update here in just a second. Tucker, have her at me. Guys, I'm calling it Sally Saw. I legitimately, I'm not changing the pronunciation. Same thing with Bolivar, Missouri. They sound better. Bolivar sounds French, and then, you know, Sally Saw just sounds right. Here's the latest velocity scan. So, I mean, I'm still not really seeing much. Again, it looks like there's rotation here, but if we look at the reflectivity, well, actually, it's now really wrapped. It's complete. I mean, we have a storm merger happening here, so this rotation is probably going to kind of die off here. And eventually, after the storm merger happens, we might see something after that, but that storm merger will probably kill off its chances of producing anything here, at least for now. Max won't have to order food because he has his factor meals. That's debatable. I might still have to order food. It depends on the situation. But tomorrow looks like it's going to be a long day, unfortunately. Tomorrow will probably be a very bad day. Let's hope it isn't, but I think it will be. I froze. I'm still here. I'm just looking. What time will I go live? I'll be live tomorrow, probably starting around 5 Central. Any space for the $4.99? Why didn't you name your channel Max Correlation Coefficient? That sounds so lame. Well, if we have a tornado, it's rain wrapped back in here near Marble City, but I kind of doubt it. I think this is, again, going into a storm merger cycle, meaning that the tornado risk, at least for the time being, is going down, and it should go back up as this after the storm merger happens. That's assuming it goes successful. We have a lot of convection kind of to the south of this storm, so it might be a bit of a struggle, but that's what we're watching for right now. where's the risk tomorrow? This is the risk, and again, I'll have a full detailed forecast tomorrow. This could get upgraded to a high risk by tomorrow morning, so we're not gonna really. We could talk about it, but again, I'm going to talk about it in detail tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's a day that you need to be weather aware and vigilant. If you have any plans during the late afternoon or evening in the moderate or enhanced risk, or even the slight risk, I would at least try to postpone those if you can. But yeah. Okay. I am now seeing a photo of the possible tornado from earlier in the New Boston area. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I'm retweeting the photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm still not convinced. Still a broad area of circulation near Marble City. Still nothing really organized, though. It's a mysterious tornado, that New Boston one. It is pretty mysterious. And don't really know if that was a tornado. I mean, I'm looking at the photos. They still don't look that convincing. I mean, it looks like a tornado. But it's still hard to tell, because what we saw earlier on Connor Croft's feed was something I feel like similar looking to that, where it just looked like this very ugly looking, kind of scary looking cloud, that wall cloud, or, you know, whatnot over there near the Red River. Kind of looks similar to that, but oh no, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I honestly, usually I have a definitive answer for you, but like in this situation, I really just don't. I haven't had any damage photos or anything like that either, so at least that's good news so far, at least from what I've seen. Do I get storm anxiety despite being a meteorologist? No, not really. I mean, personally, if I have a tornado warning, I'm not really that scared, unless I know for a fact there's a large tornado. I probably would not be scared. The last time that I was under a tornado warning, I'm pretty sure I was live, so. Which, that was a while back, but still. Still got a broad area of circulation near Marble City, Oklahoma. I'd be watching on radar if there was a tornado warning for me. I gotta say, if another tornado warning happens on stream, everybody's gonna know where I live. if I have to go to shelter. Yeah, an unfortunate day whenever that happens. Okay, we might have something here. There might be a tornado on the ground, possibly just to the southwest of Marble City. Maybe. It's like a little drunkenado almost. It's kind of going south. Might have something there. Nothing super definitive, but there might be a tornado there. And near Marble City right now. Still a circulation there too, but might be something. Maybe a small brief tornado or something like that. mean, everybody knows where Ryan Hall is. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised how much he reveals his area. I mean, personally, I think a good amount of people know where I am, but like, you know, I don't want to get too crazy on that. Will you still stream when you get picked up by a news channel? Right now, this my plan right now is just to keep doing this until there's not enough demand for it or no demand for it. I'll just keep doing this. I honestly would rather do this. It's more interactive, and it's, even though it's much more time consuming, I think, in nature, especially during this time of the year, I still enjoy it more. Here's the latest scan. That circulation broadened. There's more rotation here near Marble City now. So that one's picking up again. And no debris signature, but that would be your area of rotation over Marble City, Oklahoma. Going towards Atkins, Seven Oaks, Brushy, Long, Liberty, Remy, Belafonte, Maple, just to the north of Sally Saw, Oklahoma. For anybody asking questions about today, or not today, tomorrow or Sunday, again, I'm going to have a video tomorrow morning. I'm not really going to answer questions here about it. I'm just, again, it's going to be focused tomorrow morning's video. That video will go up probably around 7 a.m., like the one today, pretty similar time. So if you're new to the channel, just subscribe, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live, and that's when the video will be out. Yeah, we're right around 7 Central. Very, very similar time to today. Well, I do a live stream tomorrow morning. I might do a live stream a little after lunchtime. So we might do like a little live stream where we kind of do like a forecast or whatever, but and answer questions. But we'll kind of see. If it's a high risk, I will. If it's not, then I'll just save the live stream for like the later afternoon. Because I think we'll be live for a good amount of time tomorrow. So. Well, it looks like today, tomorrow will be live most of the day. And then Sunday, or sorry, Monday, we'll probably finally have a break. I hope. Because after Saturday and Sunday, since that rotation is broader, this is after Saturday and Sunday. So again, we have that large-scale trough Saturday and as well Sunday. That'll move across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley on Sunday. By Monday, things should be quiet enough to the point where we don't have to go live. That's at least the hope. By Tuesday, things stay on the quieter side of things. Wednesday, Southern Plains might get some storms, and maybe even Tuesday night, but Wednesday and Thursday might get some High Plains madness here, but nothing that looks warranted for a live stream right now long-term beyond Sunday. Next weekend, we might get something next weekend, but it's too hard to tell. So, looks like things will be quieter after Sunday, but we have to get through today, or we have to get through today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and then after that, I think things will quiet down a bit. But as the storm merger continues, it looks like this rotation's dying out pretty quickly. This might just be contamination. A lot of hail here, so it's kind of hard to tell. It looks more like contamination to me. Hail contamination. Oh, there's something there. It's hard to tell. It appears more like hail contamination on that storm in Texas, south of Canton. But definitely at least a damaging wind and hail threat. But can't really tell. It doesn't... Looks more like contamination because we got a lot of hail falling here. That could be kind of playing with the velocities a little bit. But I would at least stay away from windows if you're in this warning, just in case something gets going there. That's a really intense supercell. There's a ton of lightning. There's definitely some hail with this. There's definitely damaging winds. I mean, we got everything with that storm right now. So that one's still doing some crazy stuff. But I think this tornado warning will probably end up being canceled, at least for now. It hasn't really reorganized since doing the storm merger. So that's at least what we're looking at right now. I do gotta say, I'm getting hungry, and I don't know what I mean for dinner. I am pretty hungry. I don't know how we're gonna last tomorrow if we literally go for an 8-hour stream tomorrow, because we're only 4 hours in, and I'm already hungry. Good times. I mean, I got $75 worth of DoorDash gift cards from people that donated them, so might have to use those up at some point. I'm not gonna use it now, but I have to use those tomorrow. Weather related? It's 100% weather related. But yeah, this tornado warning will probably be canceled. A lot of lightning though. I should start meal prepping. I haven't had time to do anything. I've been live literally every day. We've been doing videos every day. I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes. It's not just being live. There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. You might not get that, but there really is. I mean, I'm a one-man show. I don't really... I mean, other than chat moderators, there isn't, like, anything... There's nobody helping me really behind the scenes. It's just me. Other than, you know, the person that helped me build my computer and stuff, but that's a little bit different. And even then, I'm still doing stuff, so it's not like... There's nobody behind the scenes. I'm a one-man show. I'll help you chat mod. I don't need any chat moderators right now. We are good for now. Poor Tucker. Shelly's here too, I think. $75 worth of cheese curds? That would be absurd. This tornado warning does continue for 14 more minutes. And I'm not really seeing much here that really promotes the need for that, unless we get some sort of reorganization. Again, it looks mostly like wind now. But we'll stay with this storm just in case it does anything. Alright. Are you in Illinois? I'm in Oklahoma. Or I don't live in Oklahoma, but I'm covering Oklahoma. I'm guessing that's what you're asking. Which again, I don't think the storm's really that concerning. Let's quickly just check on some of the other storms. And most of the other ones are hail and wind producers at this point. Alright, that tornado warning's now officially been canceled. So we're done with that for now. Still got a few tornado possible label storms like the one here in southeast Arkansas, but mostly just a hail and wind threat right now, up to 2 inches in diameter. Do have a storm west of St. Louis that is also severe, that is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Yeah, not super concerning, but it is something to watch for as that continues to move east. And then anything off to the north of that is just strong, exception being the storm that's back up north of Jacksonville and southeast of Macomb, which again, very isolated, severe weather overall in nature. I do want to give you guys a friendly reminder. Again, we do have our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is at the top of the description. It is also the link pinned in the chat. You can pick one of these up. It has a fancy little signature, 250k, all that sort of stuff. There's 4 versions of this. I do want to remind you, this is only out for 2 weeks, and we've already had a day, so it's only out until about June 6th or so. Make sure to pick this up if you want to get one. There's also a t-shirt which has 4 different colors, and there's all sorts of different sizes. It goes up to a 5XL. Again, cool design, cool little things in it too. I mean, it's not just a drunk NATO and a trampoline. There's actually an 8-inch thing and a cheese curd symbol there. Kind of just represents some of the crazy stuff we've had recently. So, it also, by the way, has a signature on the sleeve that's printed. So if you want to check this out, again, it is shopmaxvelocity.net. The link to this will also be in the chat. So if you want to pick it up, top link in the description below, shopmaxvelocity.net if you're watching on TV. Again, that is shopmaxvelocity.net. All in one word space thing. This is contesting the limited, I mean, it's a limited release, so it's going to be purchased more, but this is contesting one of our most sold items of all time, both the hat and the shirt. The Drunken NATO t-shirt was the most sold thing in our merchandise store ever, and this is now contesting that, so I do appreciate your support, and it does help page out a lot. We do have a big upgrade coming here pretty soon with the warning system. I don't know if the warning system is going to be in place by tomorrow or Sunday, but hopefully the next time we do a live stream, we'll have something like that ready to go. The new warning system.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sorry, I accidentally played twice. We do have a new tornado warning in Texas. So this is going to be for those in Athens, and as well as back over near Berryville. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We were talking about this a little bit. Again, there is some rotation there. Looks broad on the latest scan. Let's go back a couple scans here. Yeah, it looks a little bit broad, but it could still produce something. And they'll be moving eventually towards Chandler. Brownsboro as well will be in the track of this. So seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this area. Tornado warnings never end. See what the velocities match up with this here in just a second. There's a chance there's some hail contamination here, so yeah, it's a little bit difficult to tell if this is actually legit or not, but it does have it's pretty organized, even from being far away from the radar site. It does look like a pretty organized supercell, and it's a big one too. We got a lot of lightning. We also got plenty of hail coming with this. Yeah, so this right here would be your area of rotation. And that's super strong, but it is strong enough to produce a possible tornado here, as this does continue to move east-southeast over the next several minutes, and as well as down to the southeast. Near Athens. All right, while this happens, as we wait for the next radar scan, I'll be back in 60 seconds. Just going to take a quick 60-second break, and we'll be back in a moment. All right. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning in Texas near Athens. And that area of circulation is just off to the north of Athens right now. If there is a tornado, it would be approaching the Murchison area. And we don't have really a great view on radar of this. But would at least seek shelter if you're in this warning, just in case something does drop, which it's very possible with this type of rotation. It could be, again, contamination, but we always want to stay on the safe side of things and just make sure that you're in your safe place, just in case this is going to be producing a tornado or not. No CC drop as of right now, but we'll continue to watch this closely in case it does try to do something as it moves towards Athens, Texas. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Carla, for picking up a Max Velocity limited edition merch item. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a Velocity member. My house is shaking in Illinois. Oh, yay. That would be called thunder. That's what we call bing, bam, bomb, booms here in Texas. Or bing, bam, boom, booms. Like, I don't even know what I was trying to say there. An area of circulation right now is on the north side of Athens, approaching the Murchison area near the Brownsboro area, going towards Chandler, Texas as well. If you're in any of those locations I just named off here in Texas, get to the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building in case this does end up producing a tornado. Don't have any visual of this. I don't know of any live cams in the area, but regardless, it is nighttime. It's gonna be hard to see no matter what. So if we have a tornado, it's gonna be visually very hard to see. The storm on radar looks pretty organized. We have an inflow. We have obviously a massive supercell here, but we also have an inflow going into the storm. So this is a very organized storm in general, which could very well produce a tornado as this moves southeast. So continue to stay in your safe place just in case this does produce a tornado. And again, this is southeast of Dallas, Fort Worth. It is moving southeast. And then the other storms, not nearly as concerning. Most of them are just wind and hail. We also have another radar view from this. This is the other radar view from Shreveport, which kind of shows that rotation. Again, we're looking a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, but it shows it right there, just to the north of Athens. That's as of about now. So, yeah, that's, again, just north of Athens right now. This will be your primary area of circulation. If you're in Athens, seek shelter. You know that time frame between you being not hungry to, like, all of a sudden your belly's growling, and then after that it goes away? Like, you're hungry but you don't feel that? I'm in the middle stage right now, and it's really annoying. Completely unrelated to weather, but it's really annoying me right now. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning north of Athens. Still a broad area of circulation, at least on the latest velocity signature scan. North of Athens, approaching Murchison and near the Brownsboro area. Or going towards the Brownsboro area. Again, moving east-southeast. Storm is moving right now east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. Still a pretty organized supercell, that's for sure. Kind of surprised with how big the supercell is, actually. But this is kind of what we're expecting today anyway. At least some storms to form like this along the dry line, and this one has. Go eat. We'll see how the storm goes. If it stays concerning, we'll stay live. If it kind of fizzles a bit, we'll probably end a bit early. Or not really early. Today's live stream is only supposed to be about 4 hours anyways. But we'll see what kind of evolves here over the next few minutes. I am hungry. And tomorrow is going to be a long day. And Sunday will too, so we need to kind of rest up anyways, but if this does stay at the level it's at right now or intensifies, then we'll stay live. Well, we'll at least stay live through Athens, because that's pretty populated. After that, it's a little bit more rural. Hey, Marissa, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Sunday is looking to be the biggest day. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I kind of think it could go either way, but they're both different setups. Because Saturday is going to be more discreet, and then Sunday is going to be a lot more like linear storms and stuff like that. What? Kelly? With the $500 donation. Okay, I appreciate your generosity. That kind of came out of nowhere. Wow. Thank you for your very generous $500 donation. I really do appreciate that, Kelly. Holy cow. Put some hearts in the chat for Kelly. That is way too generous. There's no message either. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much, Kelly. That's way too kind. My belly is still growling, so still not helping. And this is the tornado warning near Athens, Texas. No updates on this as of right now, but that rotation's still strong enough to produce a tornado as that moves towards the Murchison area as well as Brownsboro. So again, for Henderson County and Van Zant County, Texas, it'll be approaching Pickens, or has already hit Pickens, but it'll be going towards Athens in the next couple of minutes. It'll be hitting Baxter at about 9:15, Brownsboro at about 9:20, Adom at about 9:20, and then Moore Station, Texas at about 9:30 is the current trajectory for the storm. Still no debris signature, but we do definitely still have some rotation here, and this could definitely drop a tornado as this moves to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. I mean, there's no message on that donation, but again, Kelly, I really do appreciate your generosity. That kind of shocked me. You're very generous. No message at all. Check the Shreveport radar here. Shreveport radar doesn't really show much, but it does look a little bit higher up than the other radar site. This is still a relatively dangerous storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, there is definitely a big RFD surge that'll be heading into Athens. So we are at least going to get damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70, possibly even higher. But this is definitely at least a dangerous storm here as it goes towards Athens, Texas. Fort Smith will be mostly wind. And maybe some hail. Looks like if there is a tornado, it would be going in the direction of the Murchison area. So if you're in Murchison or Brownsboro, again, just continue to stay in your safe place. Get underground if you can. If not, go to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, whatever that might be. Looks like the storms near Fort Smith are weakening, so that storm merger kind of failed. Didn't work this time. It looks like that activity's kind of weakening out right now. That's your area of circulation. Again, moving eastbound right now, going towards Brownsboro. Unfortunately, the radar coverage in this area is pretty poor, so we don't have a great view of this via radar. But it is going towards a very populated area. I mean, this is in, again, Henderson County and Van Zant counties. And, yeah, I mean, Athens is pretty populated. I know that. Murchison and Brownsboro, a little bit less populated, some smaller towns. Then anything after that's really rural. But once this gets past Athens, it does become more rural. So if there's a tornado, unfortunately, it's kind of impacting one of the more populated areas near Athens. We have a big RFD surge on the north side of town. And then right over the Bethel area is where that strongest couplet is. And that is, again, moving east-southeast right now. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the tornado warning, just in case this does drop a tornado. Thank you, Edward, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Chris, for the $4.99. But Fort Smith looks fine. I just looked at it. Looks like the storms are weakening out there. Still some gusty winds, small hail possible. If anything severe, it could be a bit more elevated with the hail and wind risk. Our rotation's definitely still strong enough for a tornado. Definitely still strong enough. Oops, wrong button. So right now that rotation's on the north side of town near Highway 19, approaching Murchison, Texas, and eventually going towards Brownsboro. We'll have another velocity scan in, or actually this is the most recent, I think, unless, no, there's one coming in. Okay, so this is the most recent one. And so that rotation's still pretty strong. I mean, there's definitely still some strong rotation, at least aloft, which that does mean that we could have a tornado with this as it moves into Murchison. But aloft, we definitely still have a strong enough couplet here for there being a tornado. Yeah, no debris signature, which if we did have a tornado, it would be, again, a tornado that is really, like, again, if we had a tornado, we're not going to see the debris until at least 5 to 7 minutes probably from when it happens. And it would have to be a strong tornado for that to happen too, because of just how far away this is from the radar site. So just keep that in mind. Thank you, Abby, for becoming a member. We got rocked in Temple, Texas earlier this week. They're saying 60% at midnight. Any thoughts? Probably just an isolated wind and hail threat. I don't expect much of a tornado risk. At this point, I think the majority of these storms are just hail and wind. I mean, you kind of see it right now. We got, you know, this big cluster of storms here that's mostly going this way. This activity is going this way too, so southeast. This would be the only thing that I think might impact you, and even then, or maybe some storms developing here. It'd just be mostly isolated wind and hail. But I don't think anything too significant will happen for Temple. Temple's had a bad storm, I feel like, every single year, though. But I do appreciate your $25 super chat. Still nothing confirmed on this storm as of right now. Again, still some stronger rotation, though, on the north side of Athens. If there is a tornado, it might be becoming rain-wrapped. I think they might update the warning here in a moment, too, just to kind of condense it down a little bit. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled from most of North Texas. Wow, look at that timing. This timing's crazy. They just condensed it. So it's condensed. It is still radar indicated rotation. Near Murchison. We have a new velocity scan coming in here in just a second. Hey, Joseph, for the $20 donation, too. You guys are way too generous. I do appreciate your generosity, Joseph. Thank you. Finally catching a break and got power back in Marlin. That's good to hear. Good to hear. This is the latest velocity scan. I mean, that rotation still looks pretty strong. There could still be contamination, just for the record, but I do think this is at least some strong pocket of upper level, or not upper level rotation, but rotation near the cloud base. So, again, we could still have a tornado here as this moves east. It would be going right towards Murchison, Brownsboro, and Chandler. It is going to be trying to go towards Tyler, Texas as well. So that'll be something to watch for, as this does continue to track to the east. We have another radar scan already coming in, so we will stay here. Almost all my family lives in Athens. Glad that it looks to be missing them. Yeah, it's very rural areas like Murchison and Brownsboro, but Athens is a bit more of at least a large town or a small city. So there's definitely more people here in the Athens area. Looks like the worst of it will miss them. The problem from here is that this is going towards Tyler, Texas, which is definitely more populated than Athens. So that's unfortunately the long-term track of this would be going towards Tyler. Maybe like the southwest side of Tyler. It's kind of going that direction. Velocities on radar have taken a bit more of a turn, though, going kind of this direction. So kind of see that over the last few scans. So Tyler would be the area to watch for as well. Issued a dangerous thunderstorm for St. Louis? I don't know. I mean, you're probably using some weird app that has random warnings that make no sense at all. So, I mean, the only storms up there are just strong. Don't use weather apps that give fake names of warnings, because I've heard people have weird warnings before, like, I don't know, they're just weird warning names out there that just don't exist. I can't remember what the app is called, but there's an app that does that. It makes it sound more scary than it actually is. It's just isolated small hail and gusty winds. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler. That's going to be for damaging winds up to 60, $half sized hail, and there's a tornado possible label on that. Oh, it might be weather bug. There's a weird app that does that stuff, and I hate those names. I have a legitimate hate for that stuff. Making up warning names is just dumb. Other than flying trampoline warnings. I think that should become an actual thing. I'm a hypocrite. Here's the latest velocity scan. Again, the rotation latest scan looks a little bit broader. Again, still pretty strong, at least for the RFD surge. And again, that'll be moving towards the north side of Athens, going towards Murchison. So continue to stay in your safe place. Even if we don't get a tornado, there will be damaging winds that could be as high as 70 miles per hour as this moves east. I mean, guys, you guys got to chill with these crazy donations. Holy cow! Hey, Body James for the $200 super chat, or Bodie James for the $200 super chat. There was a tornado in Temple, and I thought we had a tornado on radar. I don't know if it was the same exact one. I've still not seen that damage path or damage track, but yeah, that was definitely a really crazy storm. Even if it didn't produce a tornado, we were still talking about a huge RFD surge on that thing. But yeah, I really do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Bodie James. You are way too kind. Same thing with Kelly. You guys are just way too kind. Just north of Athens got rocked. Your warnings were ahead of the cell alerts. Honestly, we haven't really been talking too much about this storm up until it got tornado warning. I mean, I kind of talked about it a little bit, but I wouldn't really credit me. There were warnings. The tornado warning got issued. I don't think we were looking at the storm when the tornado warning got issued. So We weren't really ahead of it on this one. We kind of mentioned it earlier, but we also have a broad circulation area near the Mexica area, near Wortham and Fairfield and Tague, Texas. So that might get warned at some point down the road. Yeah, we could still get a tornado with this at any time. The rotation still is on the stronger side of things. There's been a couple of scans here where it looks broader, but it still remains pretty strong. So we're still watching this closely. I'm going to see if we have any reports of this too. But it is still radar indicated as of right now. And nothing confirmed as of right now. We could still have a tornado. We don't have great radar coverage of this, but that rotation still appears pretty strong here. I'm not seeing anything reported on this as of right now. Here's the latest scan. And it looks broad again. It's been kind of in and out here. It is still moving east. Alright. Thank you, Gordo, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, there isn't really any bigger cities than Tyler. Tyler's really the biggest city here between now and, you know, Shreveport. So Tyler's really the biggest place. With that said, I don't know if we'll be live all the way through Tyler. If this storm does kind of broaden, I mean, it looks like that circulation's getting kind of sucked up into the rain here. If it stays like that, it should weaken a bit because we don't have as much of this storm's not nearly as organized as before. But we'll have to wait and see what happens here. If it does stay intense enough, we'll stay live through Tyler. But we need to start kind of prepping for tomorrow because tomorrow's gonna be another big day, and I'm starving. I'm very hungry. Thank you, Austin, for the $4.99. We got hit yesterday by an EF1 south of Tyler. I heard about that. Yeah, that storm wasn't even tornado warned, I don't think. Granted, the radar coverage really is not good out here. I really wish there was a radar in between all this. A really unfortunate radar hole. Could I go over tomorrow? I went over it a couple times in stream. I will have a full detailed video on that tomorrow morning. So if you want me to go over it again, it'll be in my forecast tomorrow morning. Make sure you click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that video does come out. If we have a tornado, it could even be in here now on the east side of Athens. We have a new circulation, it looks like, developing there. But either way, rotation does appear still pretty broad as of right now. There you go. Still moving east. There might be a tornado on 31. Haven't had any confirmed reports. I've seen that a couple times in chat, but sometimes it's just trolls. If I see anything confirmed, I'll let you know. Again, you see any confirmed reports at me on Twitter or Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. But nothing as of right now verified. And even if that was true, we would probably have an upgrade on this warning. By the point of now. Yeah, I do think there will be a high risk for severe weather tomorrow. With the latest data I'm seeing, I think tomorrow will be a high risk. Here's the latest scan. It does appear as if we have a new circulation developing back over now to the east of Athens. So the one that's up here near Murchison looks like that's occluding. We have a new area of circulation now just east of Athens that could still drop a tornado. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Rotation is right there, so you can see it. It's a little bit stronger now on this latest scan. I'm not outlining an area where I think a high risk will be. It doesn't really matter. You need to be weather aware no matter where you are tomorrow in those risks. It literally, you could be in an enhanced risk and still see the same thing as the high risk, or you could even see worse weather. It doesn't really matter that much. It's just where the greatest confidence is of severe weather. It's not gonna do any good if I outline where the high risk will be tomorrow, where I think it will be, and then I've done it before. It doesn't really matter much. If I was doing like a discussion forecast about it, like I usually do that before a big day anyways, but today is just coverage. If we did like a forecast stream the night before, then, you know, I would. But there's just really there's not really any reason to. It's not going to really make much of a difference anyways. Why do I talk like that? I'm just talking how I usually talk. This is how I usually talk. Chandler, Texas will still see some level of severe weather, probably more of a wind threat, but that new area of circulation is east of Athens. Still doesn't look overly impressive, but we could still get an isolated tornado with this. It is going to be going towards Moore Station, Coffee City, and Berryville, Texas. So if you're in any of those areas, you know, continue to stay weather aware, as it will be going that direction. Just continue to stay in your safe place. Very rural areas after this. We'll give it a couple more scans, and if anything really intensifies here, we'll stay live. But if not, I'm going to wind the stream down. I need to get food, and tomorrow's probably going to be a big day. Coffee City is in a lake. I can't even tell. Actually, I've covered Coffee City before. I can't remember for what. But we have covered Coffee City before in the past. I feel fine about Tyler. This rotation, even if we got a tornado, it's diving to the east, southeast, and southeast. Tyler will be dealing with hail and wind for sure. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but that tornado risk would probably come out of this right here. And that's going this direction. So Jacksonville, be vigilant for a low tornado risk. Tyler is more of just a hail and wind threat at this point. And also lots of lightning. Could even be some localized flooding too. So those are all in play. But I would say the tornado risk for Tyler is very low at this point. Nothing going on in Ding Dong, Texas. That's a good thing to hear. It's always good when we have nothing going on in Ding Dong, Texas. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Still looks relatively broad. And if you're in the tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It just, again, does not look super concerning anymore. It was pretty strong there for a good few minutes, but it's at least a bit broader for now. With all that being said, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream because I need to get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty big day. Just a quick few reminders before we get off air tonight. Again, we do have our Shot Max Velocity limited release stuff that's out on shotmaxvelocity.net. You can check that out. With the top link in the description below, it's also going to be the pinned link in the chat. You can feel free to pick up one of our hats. There's 4 different styles as well for the hat, and the same thing with the shirt. There are 4 different styles of this as well. Lots of different sizes, all the way up to 5XL. You can check it out, shopmaxvelocity.net. The link will be posted in the chat, and it'll also be posted, it'll also be pinned as well in the chat. So make sure to check it out there. shopmaxvelocity.net. I appreciate everybody picking up one of those. Thank you again very much to Kelly with the very generous $500 donation. Really appreciate your very generous donation. And also thank you to Bodie James for the very generous $200 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for them one more time. I do appreciate your generosity. And again, we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live again on Sunday. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. If you enjoyed today's stream, make sure to like the stream. We're 66 likes away from 5,000. So like the stream. And thank you to anybody that became a member today. If you super chatted, I really do appreciate you as well. If you want to become a member and support the page above and beyond, the link is also in the description, and it is also the join button down below. All right, I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. If you're on the tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place until it is officially lifted. It's done in 6 minutes. The rotation does not look concerning anymore. It looks more like a wind threat to me. But just continue to heed the warning until it's officially done. All right, we'll be back here tomorrow. We might have a stream around lunchtime just to kind of update you if there's a high risk. If there's a moderate risk, we'll probably save the stream for the late afternoon. I mean, for the normal coverage. All right. We'll see you guys all again soon. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And see you guys all again in the next one.